Chapter 13-17. The frosty white cape fluttered in the air like a flag. It was so sharp and so ostentatious. No words in the world could describe the brilliance of this moment. Jiang Wang's body was surrounded by flowing fire, his gaze calm. Now was far from the time to relax. At the edge of life and death, he had only taken a step back. His body was still at the edge of the cliff. The moment the extreme fiend-hungry ghost body fell to the ground, Yan Zi, Jing Fei, Li Shou, and even Lin Xian, who was watching the battle. They were all stunned. From the very beginning, Jiang Wang had shown a very strong desire to attack. From the beginning to the end, he had been taking the initiative to attack and create opportunities. But before Huan Tao fell, no one thought that he could do it. These were the four infamous human demons. They were extremely evil people who had grown up in countless battles. They had done the most evil things and killed countless people, whose hands were not stained with blood, who had not been wanted by all parties but remained unharmed in the end and became a human demon. They were not like Xiongwen and Fong Heling, who were only used as a screening threshold and had been changed countless times. They were all evil, cut off flesh, unmasked, and beheaded. They were all demons who had done evil for a long time and were infamous everywhere. Even the pursuit of the Mahist sect could not eliminate Huan Tao. Today, he died at the hands of Jiang Wang in the Broken Soul Gorge. However, the extreme fiend-hungry ghost body that had collapsed and Huan Tao, whose eyes were still wide open in disbelief, was describing the truth. He seemed to be unwilling, as if he wanted to say something, but he would never be able to open his mouth again. Sometimes life and death was just a result. It did not have any meaning. Lin Xian quickly replayed the battle in his mind. He felt that every choice made by Jiang Wang in the battle was impeccable. Clearly, every opponent he faced had the strength to fight to the death with him. But he moved left and right, fighting and dodging, pointing to the east and striking to the west. From beginning to end, he controlled the rhythm of the battle. These powerful human demons had instead become his barriers in battle, his weapons to deceive his opponents. If not for the unmasked human demon, if not for Jing Fei and Li Shou, how would Huan Tao dare to swallow the fire world? How would he be killed in one strike? On the other hand, Lin Xian didn't think that he could do any better than the four great human demons. It wasn't that the four demonic humans were completely uncoordinated. In fact, it could even be said that they were extremely well coordinated. However, Jiang Wang was really good at creating opportunities in battle. A turn and a collision could be used to the extreme. The spectators could only sigh in admiration. Only Jiang Wang remained calm. In the eyes of others, this was a miracle, but it was the end that he was determined to reach. It wasn't luck that made it this far, but courage, wisdom, and strength. From the moment he suddenly ran into the four great human demons, he understood what kind of danger he was in. He immediately decided to challenge the legend. It was still far from being realized. Among the four human demons, Huan Tao ranked the lowest and was also the weakest. Huan Tao's death would only lead to an even crazier counterattack. The following battle was even more dangerous. In particular, he also knew that Jing Fei and Li Shou had killed the bloodline of the Feng and Qi families in the Azure Cloud Pavilion and obtained the blood of balance. Their current strength would only be stronger and more terrifying than before. Thus, the moment his sword started slaughtering the hungry ghost, he had already turned around with his sword. The long sword hummed softly, thirsting for human demon blood. However, the first to explode was not Jing Fei or Li Shou, whom he was more wary of, but the unmasked human demon Yan Zi. Yan Zi, who was behind the iron wall, was first stunned when she witnessed Huan Tao's death. Then she was shocked and furious. She realized that her fear was fooled by Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang saw her as a weakling and used his relentless pursuit to create an opportunity. However, if she didn't block the iron wall just now, who knew if Jiang Wang's hidden sword wouldn't really come for her? Or perhaps this sword was prepared for her in the fire world. She was angry for the former and shocked for the latter. It was difficult to advance and difficult to retreat, but Huan Tao was dead in the end. This also made her realize that when facing a peerless Tianjiao like Jiang Wang, who dared to challenge the legend, even if the outer mansion suppressed the inner mansion, even if it was 4 against 1, she didn't have the right to hold back her strength. Thus, her expression changed. The face of a man with thick eyebrows and a wide nose disappeared silently like water ripples. The bridge of his nose was raised, his eyebrows and eyes softened, and his face blushed. His facial features moved, and a woman's face appeared. Her face was delicate and pretty, like a 16-year-old beauty. Of course, the core supernatural power that supported the unmasked human demon wasn't the iron wall, but this face. To be more precise, it was the supernatural power human face. 1,000 people had 1,000 faces, and 10,000 people had 10,000 voices. However, she, the unmasked human demon, could wear 1,000 faces, and it was different every time. All these years, every time Yanzi killed a master, she would unmask him. The effect of the human face supernatural power allowed her to inherit the supernatural power of the dead master for her own use. This was the origin of the name Unmasked. It meant that she would kill if she unmasked, but it also meant that she would really unmask her opponent's face. Each human face could use the supernatural power 3 times. After 3 times, the power would be exhausted. The defensive power of the iron wall was amazing, but it wasn't rare. It was one of the collections that could be picked and used at will. At this moment, the face she was wearing was her most treasured collection. Back then, she had spent a lot of effort to peel it off. It was one of the most precious and important collections in her life. There was only one effect left, and she hadn't been willing to use it for many years. This face was a delicate and pretty face, and this supernatural power was rarely seen in the world. Its name was Absolute String. Breaking the zither string, such a sound would no longer exist in the world. The effect was randomly sealing one of the opponent's supernatural powers. When Yanzi wore this delicate and pretty face, together with her mature and graceful figure, she was indescribably beautiful. She glanced at Jiang Wang's side. Ding dong. The sound of a string stopped. Jiang Wang could clearly feel that a dark shadow seemed to cover the 5 prefecture sea. It hesitated for a while. Finally, it quietly fell and covered a black and white supernatural power seed. Unknowingly, it was as if a string had snapped. The astray path dimmed. Although the sword immortal, who was independent of the 5 prefecture sea's dome, wasn't affected, the 5 prefectures still shone. However, Jiang Wang already understood that he couldn't use the astray path supernatural power anymore. At least, before the effect of Yanzi's supernatural power ended, he couldn't lead his opponent astray. This supernatural power that he had picked in the 2nd inner prefecture had always been his trump card. He didn't show it to others easily, and he would definitely kill his opponent if he used it. However, in this dangerous situation, it was sealed. It was like a tiger breaking its fangs and an eagle breaking its claws. Which supernatural power did I seal? Yanzi asked with a smile, but her eyes were full of coldness. You're very lucky. Probably delayed your death. Jiang Wang leaped toward her with his sword. But it only delayed it. It was never the astray path that gave him courage, but his courage and tenacity allowed him to walk the astray path. Without the astray path, he was still powerful. Hateful, hateful, hateful. Jing Fatty's big body crashed toward him at this moment, and he roared angrily, I'm going to tear your head off. I won't play with you anymore. Jiang Wang only replied, Damn fat pig, who wants to play with you? Anger boiled in his eyes, and flames actually leaped out of Jing Fatty's eyes. That was the appearance of anger boiling to a certain degree under the effect of the secret art of anger. If it was someone else who was so angry they could be killed on the spot with the secret art of anger alone. Although this technique's grade wasn't as high as the 5 senses hell, there were too many benefits to using it. Of course, this was also because Jing Fati didn't consider defense at all, so it was so easy to succeed. Unfortunately, Jing Fati couldn't be killed, at least not like this. With the protection of the evil retribution supernatural power, as long as they didn't want to die together with Jing Fati, they could only avoid him. Therefore, among the 9 great demons, he was ranked 3rd. After the divination master, he was the most evil. He could be unscrupulous, because those who killed him all committed suicide. Although he was a little simple-minded and did things incoherently, he was even more terrifying. Even if it was Jiang Wang, in this life-and-death situation, he could only abandon him. After scolding him and provoking his anger, he continued to chase after Yan Zi. Jing Fati didn't set up defenses against the evil retribution supernatural power, but there were advantages to not setting up defenses. A streak of anger could restrain him. Jing Fati, whose eyes were red, chased after Jiang Wang. Although his momentum was fast and his speed was fast, he couldn't do anything under the burning of the flames of anger. Jiang Wang easily changed directions and chased after the unmasked Devilman under his pursuit. Yan Zi left many afterimages in the air, and green clouds dissipated. Jing Fati broke through the air with a terrifying explosion. The 3 of them flew separately, chasing and killing each other in this connate chaos separation formation. Every collision was filled with killing intent, and it was extremely dangerous. However, there were more than 2 devilmen. Just as Jing Fati rushed over again, Jiang Wang suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and he couldn't help but slow down a bit. He didn't need to look back to know that Skinny Li was mutilating his own heart. His Tonggui's supernatural power allowed him to affect Jiang Wang without having to get close. With this delay, Yan Zi had already left the attack range, and he swung his dagger backhandedly. It was like a scorpion swinging its tail. Scorpions were petite, and the most poisonous part of their bodies was their stinger. A stab from the tail was a sure kill. In an instant, cold light turned into lightning, just like a sudden clap of thunder. Even the light and shadow were shattered by this sword, which showed its speed. Clang! The dagger was nailed to the edge of Chang Xiangxi's sword. Jiang Wang swung his sword horizontally, using offense as defense. He used famed scholar's destitute sword to strike this dagger. The precision of this sword proved that Jiang Wang's swordsmanship had reached another level, and was infinitely close to the peak of this realm. However, this sword was obviously not enough, because a tyrannical aura was already approaching. Jing Fati crashed in front of him, and his large hands opened, as if they were covering heaven and earth. His large hands closed together, like a bear hugging a tree. Jiang Wang's expression didn't change, and Chang Xiangxi continued to pull outwards. Famed scholar's destitute sword was pulled horizontally to the end, and the dagger was sent flying. At the same time, the true Samadhi fire surrounded his body, and the flames directly pounced on the fat figure of the 1,000-fiend Devilman. In order to complement the evil retribution supernatural power, Jing Fati needed to improve his defensive ability the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a corpse left after a few evil retribution. He was indeed the most focused on this. This fat body was cultivated by a secret technique and was called flesh armor. Its defensive ability was far superior to conventional methods. Ordinary swords and axes couldn't even scratch the skin. At this moment, Jiang Wang suddenly activated his supernatural power, and the true Samadhi fire, which could burn anything, pounced on him, causing him to feel some pain. The raging fire almost burned out the fat and made a sizzling sound. Jing Fati couldn't help but retreat a few steps as the fire snake devoured his body. He groaned in pain, but immediately laughed loudly. "I don't feel pain. I'm not afraid of pain at all." He was really crazy and ferocious. He pounced on Jiang Wang with flames all over his body, wrapped in the aroma of roasted meat. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang had already leapt up and pounced on the swallow. When the true Samadhi fire burned Jing Fati, He also felt intense pain, and the corresponding parts of his body began to wither. He couldn't help but frown. So this was the feeling of being attacked by the true Samadhi fire. This attack was to drive Jing Fadi away, and also to test the effect of Jing Fadi's evil retribution. He found that Jing Fadi's evil retribution was the same as Skinny Li's Tong Gui. The effect of the counterattack on him was not as terrifying as it was at the Azure Cloud Pavilion. It was not an equal or superior counterattack, but a weaker counterattack compared to the original attack. Maybe it was because Jiang Wang was stronger than those people at the Azure Cloud Pavilion, or maybe it was because evil retribution and Tong Gui did not meet the corresponding conditions. At the same time, Jing Fadi's evil retribution's counterattack range was higher than Skinny Li's Tong Gui. It was not difficult to find the reason by reviewing the battle situation. In this battle, Jiang Wang fought with Jing Fadi more than he fought with Skinny Li. Did evil retribution and Tong Gui also need to meet the conditions of knowledge, just like the wrong path? Did they need more contact and records? Jiang Wang silently analyzed the information he received in exchange for the pain, but his figure was graceful and at ease. He stepped on the short sword that had been sent flying and broke the last connection between it and the swallow. He had already landed in front of the swallow. The azure cloud mark scattered behind him, and a sword met his face. It was like the setting sun, and the endless sunset was like blood. It was the sword of an old general past his prime. At this moment, in the Valley of Rocks, the sky was an irregular circle, and the scorching sun was hanging in a corner of the sky, right behind Jiang Wang. He faced the human demon with the setting sun on his back, and the sword light was as dazzling as the scorching sun. This sword was brave, tragic, and unstoppable. Again, the mask unveiling human demon wanted to curse in her heart, but she did curse. You little brat, it's fine if you don't know how to be romantic, but you always draw your sword to find me first. Do you have some hidden disease? There probably is. Jiang Wang only said indifferently, listening to your pretentious way of calling yourself a girl makes me want to vomit. What kind of disease do you think it is? He replied, but his hands did not stop. The faster the sword, the closer he was. The murderous aura intensified. The sword pierced straight through, and it really had the power to decide life and death. Although the mask unveiling human demon had done evil for many years, when had anyone dared to humiliate her like this? At most, some people would go crazy before death, and she would only regard it as a dog's bark. However, Jiang Wang was different. Jiang Wang's disgust and disdain were undisguised. He turned a blind eye to her flirtatiousness, and treated her charm as dregs. In her view, this was a denial of her identity as a woman, other than a human demon. She could keep a pretty boy by her side, she could be intimate with him, she could play with men wantonly, and she could enjoy a short period of so-called love, precisely because she cared about these things. Therefore, she was especially angry. So angry that her eyes were red. So angry that she wanted to bite Jiang Wang's throat. However, the anger in her heart surged, and she immediately suppressed it. She was not an idiot like Xing Fei. She would not let herself be swayed by small tricks, and she would not let her emotions affect her decisions. She had already used her trump card to cut off one of Jiang Wang's divine abilities. As long as they fought steadily and surely, the scales of victory and defeat would still be on their side. Jiang Wang's provocation of anger was nothing more than to get rid of her as soon as possible. This sword immortal state could not be maintained for too long, and the state of 5 prefectures simultaneously had its limit. She would not do what the enemy wanted. The more Jiang Wang wanted to end things quickly, the more she should delay. Time was Jiang Wang's biggest opponent. Therefore, the swallow retreated. She took a step back, splitting into 3 afterimages. When she took another step back, there were already 9 afterimages. She fled in different directions. It was hard to distinguish between real and fake. The mask unveiling human demons flying technique could be said to be exquisite. However, Jiang Wang only glanced at it once, then he raised his sword and stepped on the clouds, turning toward Skinny Lee. Although the divergent path was sealed, he could still influence his opponent's choice in battle. One secret technique of fury and one charge were enough. He did not want to quickly kill and take off his mask, so why would he need to distinguish between real and fake? What he wanted was for the swallow to escape. Although the divergent path divine ability was sealed, it was not impossible to see the divergent path. Let her escape in a dazzling array of flowers. I will control my sword and attack Skinny Lee, ha ha ha. Skinny Lee shouted strangely, "Why are you looking for me? Look for Zheng Laosan, look for Zheng Laosan." While shouting strangely, he retreated like a ghost. He kept shouting strangely, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, as if he was very afraid of Jiang Wang's pursuit. However, there was a smile on his thin face. "He, I'm going to slice you into many pieces," he said with a strange laugh. To complete the effect of the divine ability of Tonggue, one must first ignite the heart fire and ignite the soul lamp. Only when one's life and soul were of the same nature, and there was no distinction between life and death, could one harm oneself and injure the enemy to achieve Tonggue. Not only did he come into contact with Jiang Wang, but Jiang Wang's pursuit of him was also the fuel for the heart fire. The more intense the heart fire, the stronger the effect of Tonggue. In the end, it would be easy for him to harm himself and kill the enemy. He had already used the divine ability once to break Jiang Wang's immortal state of sound hearing, helping the swallow regain her hearing. Right now, he was accumulating more fuel, hoping to reach a level where he could kill Jiang Wang. Being chased was really too exciting, too fun. In the sky, he was like a ghost, shouting strangely without end. "Come on! Come and chase me!" At this moment, Jiang Wang's figure suddenly shook, and two Jiang Wangs appeared where he stood. Each of them held a sword and flew quickly, closing in on Skinny Lee from two different angles, minimizing his space to dodge. Red makeup mirror illusion. The aura of the real body and the illusion were exactly the same. At least, Skinny Lee couldn't see the difference. However, this wasn't a problem for him. He scratched his left arm with a curved claw, immediately drawing 3 bloody marks. At the same time, blood beads splattered, and on the left arm of Jiang Wang's real body, blood beads also flew out. No matter how realistic the illusion was, it couldn't be the same as the real body. Skinny Lee was very proud of his quick-wittedness. He chuckled and flew to the left, in the direction where Jiang Wang's illusions were blocking. He lightly brushed past the illusion and casually slashed it. As if he had popped a bubble, all traces of it immediately disappeared. He was so happy that he grinned. Jiang Wang's eyes still didn't waver. He never felt that Skinny Lee and Jing Fei didn't have any battle wisdom despite their incoherent appearances. To be able to grow to their current strength, they were at least experts in killing. It wasn't hard to understand that the illusion could be broken, especially when the other side had such a powerful supernatural power. He had the awareness that he couldn't achieve anything, and the courage to fight to the death here after giving his all. He and his sword were equally calm. With a posture so calm that it was almost ice-cold, he continued to chase Skinny Lee. Suddenly, he turned around and slashed. A line separated heaven and earth. It was as elegant as a famous scholar waving his brush, but it carried desolation. Another 10 years of depression, life and death enmity. Only this time it was slightly different. On the blade of Chong Xiangxi, there was a slight swirl of frost from the wind. This made the sword even colder, and its killing intent was biting cold. The one facing this sword was the mask unveiling human demon who had quietly pounced. Her sneak attack failed, and she was frightened. She didn't have time to leave a mark on Jiang Wang's body. She retreated again, leaving behind 9 afterimages. Jiang Wang forced her to retreat with one sword. He ignored Jing Feiyu, who was chasing after him. He turned around elegantly and chased after Skinny Li again. The one step to heaven immortal technique was indeed a secret technique of the immortal palace of the near-ancient era. Jiang Wang relied on this technique to turn around in the air. It was better than taking a stroll in the courtyard. He suddenly turned left and right without any sluggishness. Fortunately, when the immortal palace and the 5 prefectures C were damaged together, the Devil Spear's power was not enough, allowing the Azure Cloud Pavilion to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find a replacement for the one step to heaven immortal technique in a short time. His outstanding body movements were the main reason why he was able to keep moving in a group battle and not be killed immediately. Now, with the momentum of killing the beheader human demon, he was even more elegant. His sword moved from east to west, north to south. Fighting and chasing was only a thought away. He always let himself face as few opponents as possible at the same time. But his opponents weren't clay puppets. They couldn't completely follow his plan. Facing Jiang Wang, who was getting closer and closer, Skinny Li suddenly grinned. "You're so fierce, little Jiang." He seemed to be really happy. He bent over in the air, and then suddenly smashed his fist on his left knee. Bang! He used so much force that his entire kneecap was directly smashed. His entire calf was strangely bent over, and it was a ghastly sight. Hiss! It hurts, it hurts! His smiling face turned into a crying face as he cried out. And under the divine ability of Tong Gui, Jiang Wang, who was chasing Skinny Li and leisurely strolling in the air, had his left knee explode with a bang. In an instant, half of it shattered. His entire left leg flipped over unnaturally, and his body stopped in midair. The divine ability of Tong Gui hadn't met the requirements yet, so it couldn't counterattack at the same time. Jiang Wang's injuries weren't as serious as Skinny Li's, but it was enough to delay his movements. With this obstruction, caught you! Jing Fei had already caught up. The 5 prefectures' 4 prefectures shook together. His left hand slapped away the chi wave, and his right hand held a saber and chopped at the back of Jiang Wang's head. The chi wave was like a gale, rushing in all directions. The saber light was like a waterfall, falling swiftly and fiercely. It covered all directions, not giving Jiang Wang any room to escape. With the divine ability of evil retribution, he didn't need to consider defense. Thus, his attacks were even wilder and fiercer. Many people who were stronger than him had died under his saber. The saber light and the palm wind formed a terrifying force, like an invisible and huge cover. It covered him and Jiang Wang together, and then crushed them inwards. The situation was dangerous. Skinny Li used his shattered knee to send Jiang Wang into a dead end in an instant. At this moment, chasing Skinny Li was already impossible. Counterattacking Jing Fei was even worse. Any damage caused to Jing Fei would also be inflicted on himself. How was Jiang Wang going to deal with this extremely fierce palm and saber attack? Lin Xian, who was watching the battle, didn't have an answer. Yan Zi and Skinny Li, who were in the battle, didn't have an answer either. They had seen too many situations where Jing Fei crushed his opponents to death. No one who was truly caught by Jing Fei had ever been able to escape. But in the next moment, Jiang Wang gave his answer. He turned around and swung his sword. Dragging his injured leg with a shattered knee, he crashed in front of Jing Fei. His long sword slashed diagonally, cutting off Jing Fei's left leg. Of course, correspondingly, Jiang Wang's left leg, which had already been shattered by Skinny Li, was also silently broken. Who would have thought that Jiang Wang, who had been unwilling to fight Jing Fei head-on since the start of the battle, would brazenly attack Jing Fei? And so directly and so fiercely. Even Jing Fei himself didn't dare to believe it. In pain, he looked at the broken left legs of both of them and froze for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, "I'm not afraid of pain. It doesn't hurt at all." and Jiang Wang, who also had a broken leg, was expressionless. He took the opportunity to crash into Jing Fei's embrace, almost touching Jing Fei's face. Jing Fei didn't set up any defenses. His flesh armor was his first line of defense, and evil retribution was his second. The damage that was enough to kill him would definitely kill the opponent first. Therefore, his saber light and palm wind were more for confinement, locking Jiang Wang in the attack range and not letting this extremely fast toy escape. Like a tornado, the eye of the storm became calmer. At this moment, Jiang Wang had already crashed into the eye of the storm. The pain of his broken leg made him frown uncontrollably, but his hand holding the long sword was still as steady as a rock. The light of the 5 superpowers flowed on the body of the sword. The long sword moved forward and cleanly broke through the flesh armor, stabbing into Jing Fei's abdomen. Jing Fei's eyes widened in pain and confusion. For a moment, the palm wind and saber light that had locked Jiang Wang down dissipated. The confinement was gone. But Jiang Wang didn't take the opportunity to escape. He didn't choose to break free. Instead, he held the long sword and swung it diagonally. Jing Fei's fat face immediately twisted. Blood gushed out of his abdomen and couldn't be stopped. Under the effect of evil retribution, Jiang Wang's abdomen suddenly split open. His organs were exposed and blood flowed freely. If he cut off Jing Fei's left knee and made the best use of his left leg that had already been crippled by Skinny Lee, it was considered a comprehensive consideration of the battle situation. It wasn't a big loss at all. But then, the sword piercing through his abdomen, and then the sword swinging diagonally seemed to have completely disregarded the existence of evil retribution. He actually showed a posture of mutual destruction, swearing to kill Jing Fei on the spot. Who would have thought? People only saw that in the confinement of the palm wind and saber light, the green-robed youth holding the sword was almost face-to-face with the tyrannical and cruel 10,000 fiend human demon. The face of the usually crazy and tyrannical Jing Fei was twisted in shock and fear. The usually gentle and calm Jiang Wang was expressionless. His sword was more ruthless than the previous, and he allowed himself to bleed. For a moment, no one knew who was crazier. Chapter 13:18. It wasn't that Jing Fei wasn't afraid of pain, or that he didn't know death. It was just that the evil retribution divine art was so powerful that he had never encountered such an opponent in a long time. Almost all of his opponents, after learning of his evil retribution divine art, avoided and escaped from him as much as possible. Who would really perish together with him just because of a disagreement? The perishing together he had seen was the madness of those who had reached the end of their road. No one would be willing to trade their life for his when there was still a chance. Therefore, when his left leg was cut off, he was still laughing. When his abdomen was penetrated, he relaxed the shackles of his saber, subconsciously wanting to give Jiang Wang a chance to escape. But when Jiang Wang's sword continued to cut, he couldn't laugh anymore. Yan Zi and Li Shou, who were separated on the other side of the battlefield, were also shocked, but they couldn't help in time. They had retreated too far. Surrounded by palm wind and saber light, Jiang Wang was so close to Jing Fei. The two were almost face to face, staring at each other. Jiang Wang saw confusion and pain in Jing Fei's eyes, but Jing Fei only saw calmness in Jiang Wang's eyes. The calmness of deep water. All of the pain, confusion, and thoughts were hidden deep in the water. This young man made a decision and didn't look back. Jing Fei stared, opened his hand and grabbed Jiang Wang's shoulder, wanting to stop this person's madness. But Jiang Wang's sword hand tightened again. Jiang Wang couldn't help but bleed from the corner of his mouth, and Jing Fei's face was smeared with blood. Sharp sword qi moved crazily in Jing Fei's body, as fast as lightning, converging into the shape of a sword, breaking through the 5 prefecture seas and piercing the heaven and earth isolated island. Rumble! The terrifying sword qi formed a tornado in the 5 prefecture seas, crashing into Jing Fei's heaven and earth isolated island. The 5 prefecture seas churned violently, unable to stop. "I'm going to die!" Jing Fei, whose Tao essence was in chaos, cried out. Jiang Wang had even slashed his sword into his 5 prefecture sea, clearly intending to kill him here. Didn't this person know that under the evil retribution divine art's counterattack, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured? There were 2 other great demons present. What was the difference between being heavily injured and dying? This is crazy. But Jing Fei couldn't think about what would happen to Jiang Wang after that. He could only think that he was going to die right now. Thus, his voice actually carried a trace of sobbing. It was a child's fear of danger. He loved to play. He didn't want to die. Jiang Wang was expressionless. He seemed to be doing crazy things, but his heart was calm and clear. These people were not wrong. Of course, he would not perish together with Jing Fei. Who was Jing Fei? How could she be worthy of Jiang Wang Tongui? It was a fact that the human devil was evil, but it was also a fact that the human devil was strong. No matter how fierce he looked, no matter how decisive his actions were. This was the price he had to pay in order to defeat these powerful opponents. At this point in the battle, he had already noticed that the counterattack of the evil retribution god art had 2 manifestations. Firstly, it would occur at the corresponding position. Secondly, the damage dealt by the counterattack would correspond to the damage received. However, the final damage dealt would also be related to the target's own defense. According to the previous probing, in this battle, the conditions for Jing Fei's evil retribution god art had not been completely met. The counterattack damage of the evil retribution god art was lower than the damage he dealt to Jing Fei. However, with the flesh armor, Jing Fei's physical defense was astonishing. In the end, the damage received by the 2 of them might be equal. In other words, even if the conditions for the evil retribution god art had not been met, it was very likely that it would kill him while killing Jing Fei. Exchanging one of his legs for Jing Fei's was a consideration that maximized the benefits of the battle. It was equivalent to exchanging one of his legs for both of Jing Fei's legs. At the same time, it was also another opportunity to test the evil retribution god art and obtain knowledge about it. After confirming that he already understood the range of the evil retribution god art's counterattack, he decisively stabbed his sword through the abdomen. Piercing through the abdomen was not his goal. Escaping Jing Fei's suppression was also not his goal. Because if Jing Fei could trap him with Skinny Li's help this time, then he could do the same next time. At that time, he might not have a chance to fight with his life on the line. His goal was Jing Fei's worldly solitary island. This was a battle choice made on the spur of the moment. He knew that there was no part of his body that could be tougher than Jing Fei's, who was protected by the flesh armor. However, in the cultivation system, his worldly solitary island was extremely stable. This was due to his powerful heaven and earth gate and the support of the origin from the forest ocean origin world. As the feedback from the heaven and earth after a cultivator opened the heaven and earth gate, the worldly solitary island suppressed the 5 prefecture seas and supported the soaring dragon Tao vein. There was no need to doubt its importance. Jing Fei was already in the outer building realm, and the soaring dragon Tao vein had already swam into the hidden star ocean. However, the worldly solitary island's suppressive effect on the 5 prefecture seas still existed. At the same time, Jiang Wang's 5 inner palaces all had god art seeds. With the light of the 5 god arts shining, the 5 prefecture seas were far calmer than Jing Fei's. Although the Cloud Apex Immortal Palace was more dilapidated than before, it could still help to suppress the 5 prefecture seas. Based on these considerations, he chose to pierce through the 5 prefecture seas with his sword aura. He wanted to kill Jing Fei until the worldly solitary island collapsed and the 5 prefecture seas shook. He wanted to kill Jing Fei's courage and preserve his own combat strength to the greatest extent. However, in the eyes of outsiders, his series of actions were truly ruthless, and he wanted to perish together with Jing Fei. He had already killed his way into the 5 prefecture seas and attacked the worldly solitary island. How fierce was his killing intent! Yan Zi was indescribably horrified and felt that he had encountered a complete madman. The human demon didn't care about the lives of others, but this person didn't care about his own life. She couldn't imagine how she would react if she was in Jing Fei's position. Li Laosi, who was burning with anxiety, made an even more direct choice. This guy who only knew how to follow behind Jing Fei like a yes man all day long and only knew how to say yes, yes, yes. This guy who was abnormally vigilant in battle and always kept a sufficient distance from Jiang Wang. Looking at Jing Fei, who was trembling in fear under Jiang Wang's sword, his eyes instantly turned red. In his haste, he didn't have time to get close to the battle. He directly clawed back and pierced his own chest, grabbing his beating heart. "It hurts, third brother!" As he shouted, he crushed the heart with one hand. Jiang Wang, who was destroying Jing Fei's worldly solitary island, trembled all over and immediately spat a mouthful of blood on Jing Fei's face. He indeed didn't expect that Li Laosi had such deep feelings for Jing Fei. Who would have thought that 2 people who committed all kinds of evil and insane actually had feelings? These 2 people who had no humanity to speak of actually showed a human side. Just a moment ago, his heart had really shattered. He had completely used his Tao essence to forcefully gather it, and only then could he barely maintain the circulation of his blood. If he didn't treat it in time, it would soon collapse. Similarly, the Tonggue theurgy didn't meet all the conditions to be used, and the degree of counterattack was greatly mismatched. Therefore, Jiang Wang's injuries were already so severe, but Li Laosi's own injuries would only be worse. Li Laosi was determined to save Jing Fei even if he had to die. Jiang Wang pushed away Jing Fei, whose 5 prefectures sea was still in turmoil, and took the opportunity to pull out his long sword. Dragging a broken leg and spilling blood, he stepped on the clouds and pounced toward Li Laosi. Li Laosi had such deep feelings for Jing Fei, so he decided to fulfill his wish. Perhaps some people could see the brilliance of humanity in Li Laosi, but Jiang Wang saw an opportunity. Killing Jing Fei was originally an illusion. He only wanted to temporarily cripple Jing Fei, and at the same time, find an opportunity to kill Swallow, who had endless tricks up her sleeve. And Li Laosi risked his life to save Jing Fei, causing him to suffer heavy injuries, and at the same time, causing the battle situation to evolve further. He decisively made his choice. This counterattack was too sudden, too determined. It was so fast that even Lin Xian, who was watching from the side, couldn't react in time. Even Swallow, who was in the middle of the battle, couldn't catch up. Just a moment ago, he was still ferociously trying to perish together with Jing Fei, and his sword pierced through Jing Fei's stomach. The next moment, he pushed Jing Fei away decisively and pounced on Li Laosi. His heart was shattered, blood was still flowing from his mouth, and one of his legs was broken. But when he flew in the air, he was as free as a bird. Freedom was also self, and Li Laosi, who had just crushed his own heart and was curled into a ball due to the pain, suddenly noticed the sound of the wind. His entire body quickly leapt up, but he had already been pierced by a long sword from the top of his head, all the way to the end without any obstruction. Boom! Boom! The Star Tower shattered, the 5 prefectures collapsed, and the Tongtian Palace was like sand in an instant. The 4th flesh-slicing human demon died so easily in a way that no one could have imagined, and Jiang Wang's entire body suddenly flipped over, like a bird with broken wings, and fell to the ground. A sharp pain came from the top of his head, straight to his spine, and spread throughout his body. It was so painful that he almost opened his mouth to howl, but he endured it with all his might. At this moment, He remembered that Jing Fei and Li Laosi had already consumed the blood of balance. Now, it seemed that both of their divine abilities had a certain degree of commonality. Li Laosi's body also had a part of the effects of the evil retribution divine ability. But the silver lining amidst the misfortune was, because of his benevolence, he had once saved the only bloodline of the Feng family, causing Jing Fei and Li Laosi's blood of balance to fail completely. The evil retribution effect on Li Laosi's body due to the balance could not be compared to the real evil retribution. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, Jiang Wang hovered and stopped. At a position less than 3 feet away from the ground, he suddenly flipped over and stood up. His gaze was calm as he stared straight at the swallow that was rushing over. Huff, huff! Jiang Wang panted heavily. His body was covered in wounds and his body was weak. Blood covered his face. It was unknown when his sword immortal state disappeared. Perhaps it was when he was close to Jing Fei, or perhaps when his sword pierced through Li Laosi's head. He looked so weak that he could be easily killed by anyone. It was as if a straw could knock him down, as if a gust of wind could make him fall into eternal sleep. But his gaze forced the mask unveiling human demon to stop. Only at this moment did the swallow realize that the injured person in front of her, who was panting violently, was not some weak and frail young man. He was the true expert of the sword butcher, Huan Tao and Li Laosi. 2 of the 4 human demons were already dead. Was it possible for her and one fiend human demon to kill this person? The swallow hovered in the air, and could not help but look at Jing Fei. The fat man was standing on the ground. His heaven and earth solitary island was almost shattered by the sword. His 5 residence sea was still in turmoil. After being pushed away by Jiang Wang's palm, he fell to the ground. He swayed for a while before standing firm. At this moment, he was looking at Li Laosi in a daze. Or rather, Li Laosi's corpse. Li Laosi followed behind him all day long, agreeing with every word he said. He listened to everything he said and rarely talked back. Li Laosi, who was both a follower and a yes-man, died just like that. He did not even leave behind any last words. When heartbreak came to save Jing Fei, those words of "it hurts, third brother," were actually the last words he said in his life. There was no other words. In order to save Jing Fei, he used a suicidal method to activate Tong Gui to stop Jiang Wang. This directly led to his weakness, giving Jiang Wang the opportunity to kill him with one sword. This thin man who never had his own opinions actually showed his own opinions at this moment. Jing Fei opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but not a single word came out. Very few people knew that Li Laosi was really his younger brother. It was not Zheng Laosan or Li Laosi or something like that between humans and demons, but a real blood relationship. They were siblings from the same mother, connected by blood. Their father was a scholar in his early years, but he was not good at studying and was expelled after a few years. He ran off to do business, losing money no matter what he did. Later, he became addicted to gambling and squandered the family fortune. Every day, he would throw himself on the gambling table and soak himself in a wine jar. Their mothers often abandoned them and had adulterous affairs with other people. Their father's family had a strong influence in the local clan. After their mother's affair was exposed, the adulterer was drowned in a pig cage. Because he and Li Laosi were still young and needed to be taken care of, their mother was able to survive. The clan needed more people, so their father also forgave them. But when their father said that he forgave them, it was more like he wanted to keep a long-term worker who provided gambling capital. Since then, he abused his wife and children every day. If he was not happy, he would punch and kick them. He beat ***** and bastard. He suspected that Li Laosi was the adulterer's son. His mother could not bear the torture. One morning, after cooking for the brothers, she jumped into the river. Jing Fei still remembered that he ate red braised pork that morning. It was as good as the new year. His mother said that when he grew up, he had to earn more money so that he could eat red braised pork every day. After he walked out of the door and came back, he was already wrapped in a straw mat. The young him did not know the meaning of death. But since then, the two brothers lived with their father. Their mother's death was like a stone falling into the water, causing a ripple for a moment. But soon, it returned to its original state. Nothing changed. Their father did not change. Instead, he became worse. Sometimes, when he remembered, he would bring 2 steamed buns back. If he did not, he would let them starve. He would often beat the young Lilaosi until he was covered in bruises. He would always go to the neighbor's house to beg for food. Later, the neighbor would close the door when they saw them. He did not know whose son Lilaosi was. He only knew that Lilaosi was his younger brother. He did not dare to stop his irritable father. He only knew that when his younger brother was being beaten, he would pounce forward and use his body to block. Hit me, father, hit me. I'm not afraid of pain. I'm really not afraid, ha ha ha. He laughed like this every time. He remembered that his father used to like to see him laugh. He said that he was chubby and very cute. When he laughed, he looked like a meat bun. But his father, he really hit the 2 children together. With his fists, with the soles of his shoes, with a stick. This was an unfilial son, and the other was a bastard. They were both evil creatures left behind by that B*TCA. Otherwise, how could he have gotten drunk and passed out? How could his luck be so bad? Until the year he was 9 years old, he laughed as he stabbed his father's throat. And the scissors were handed to him by his younger brother. They escaped from that place. Many years later, he could never forget the look in his father's eyes at that time. Was it hatred, pain, resentment, or something else? It was always looking at him. He was not afraid. He was not afraid of pain, death, or his father. He was not afraid of anything. He still followed his father's surname, Jing. His younger brother followed his mother's surname, Li. How many years had it been? How many years had this shadow been by his side? They had walked a long way together, done many things together, and played for a long time, as Zheng Fei did not know what he was feeling at this moment. He only felt that this was really not fun. It was not fun at all. This was the game that made him the most uncomfortable in his life. He did not notice Yan Zi's gaze. He could not notice it. He looked at Lilaosi, who was no longer breathing, and still felt that this was a joke. Lilaosi, you're pretending, hee, to play dead, right? Why don't you come closer and see for yourself if you're playing dead? Jiang Wang's voice sounded. This voice was calm, so it sounded more real and powerful. What he said was the truth. Only then did Jing Fei turn his head and look at Jiang Wang, who was standing not far in front of Lilaosi. Tears immediately rolled down his face. I'm going to eat you. He said such horrible words in a child's angry tone. Holding a machete, he charged over like a wall of meat. The air around him was distorted, and there was a sizzling sound. A terrifying power was boiling. He was really crying very sadly. His nose and eyes were wrinkled into a ball. Jiang Wang, on the other hand, held his sword expressionlessly. There was no sympathy in his heart. He did not care how deep the relationship between Zheng Fei and Lilaosi was, and did not care what they thought. Just like Zheng Fei and Lilaosi, they never cared about other people's feelings. He only knew that the purest evil should die the most thoroughly. He would not be soft-hearted, and his hands would not tremble. There was a line between life and death. He wanted these human devils to be on the other side of the line. The sound of swords and sabers rang. In the valley of rocks, it was as if there were golden spears and armored horses. Jiang Wang's sword was like the bright moon in autumn, while Zheng Fei's machete was like a great river. The machete and sword collided, making the most violent sound. Jiang Wang was sent flying along with his sword. In midair, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His heart was already shattered. He was completely relying on the physique of a cultivator, temporarily suppressing it with the Tongtian Palace, and forcefully using his Tao essence to maintain the circulation of his blood. Facing Jing Fei, who was at full strength, he could not block it at all. In this direct collision, his entire body was sent flying. Under the suppression of the huge force, his muscles were trembling. This was a sign of pain and also to relieve the pressure. Bit by bit, the power flowed back. Jiang Wang, in pain, constantly checked the state of his body. 5 palaces, Tongtian Palace, muscles and bones so far, except for the 5th inner palace that was still being explored, the other 4 inner palaces had opened up more than 3,000 rooms. Understanding one's body was like understanding the universe. Although the mysteries of the human body required a lifetime to explore, compared to cultivators of the same realm, Jiang Wang could confidently say that he had won by a large margin. Only when he understood Jing Fei and had such a clear perception and judgment of himself at the same time did he dare to counterattack against the evil retribution divine ability. His sword pierced through his abdomen, and his sword collided with the isolated island of heaven and earth. At the moment when he was cut open by the machete, he floated in the air like a leaf leaving a branch, but his hand had already pulled back the longsword. His body, which was still flying backward, suddenly stopped in the air and flipped over. He spun like a flood dragon, and his sword rose into the bright moon. Sword chi burst out, and the momentum was like yearning. With the yearning sword style, he directly slashed at the swallow. The swallow, who was waiting for an opportunity, was shocked. For a moment, she even dispersed the Tao technique she had prepared. Her body swayed, and afterimages fluttered in the wind. She did not have the courage to fight at all. Fear was constantly deepening. Before entering the valley, Jiang Wang's mountain-toppling sword that forced them to retreat had already frightened her. From the beginning of the battle until now, she, the notorious mask-unveiling human demon, had been driven away by Jiang Wang's sword again and again, like herding cattle and sheep. Fear had long been imprinted in her. She could completely feel Jiang Wang's resolute killing intent, and this killing intent was most resolutely verified by the deaths of Huan Tao and Li Shou. Those premonitions of danger were not false, and her escape was not cowardice. Jiang Wang really wanted to kill her, and he really had the ability to kill her. She was just looking for an opportunity to encircle and kill, an opportunity to attack, an opportunity to delay, and even an opportunity to escape. Just like this moment, she could only retreat. Jiang Wang had already predicted the result. With a flick of his longsword, a bright moon rose on one side and fell on the other side. With an incomparably natural momentum, it once again crashed into Jing Fei. If only considering the battle strength, Jing Fei, who had suffered from evil retribution and was heavily injured, should be dealt with last. Yan Zi, whose battle strength was relatively intact, should be dealt with first. However, in Jiang Wang's view, this terrifying mask-unveiling human demon was only a cowardly weakling in this battle. She had powerful supernatural powers, but no strong willpower. In other words, the defensive line of her willpower had already been broken. Compared to all evil, carving flesh, and beheading, her mask-unveiling human demon was indeed the one who cherished her life the most. She had a rich collection, and her body movements were exquisite. However, when enemies met on a narrow path, what they competed for was bravery. For Jiang Wang, in his weakened state, Jing Fei was the opponent he had to deal with first. Jing Fei was the terrifying opponent. His direct confrontation with Jing Fei was, of course, not to be sent flying with a single slash. What he sought was to supplement his knowledge. He needed to know what state Jing Fei was in, and what changes there were in Jing Fei's strength, speed, and supernatural powers. For this, he was willing to take risk. At this moment, Jing Fei's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was ferocious. The fat on his body was gradually stained with blood, and his aura was violent and crazy. He had probably entered a ferocious state. He raised his saber and slashed at Jiang Wang. His posture was extremely similar to a butcher chopping off pig bones, ruthless and accurate. Killing was just a game. It was too simple and too natural. With this slash, he only wanted to find his happiness. He didn't care about others. He only wanted to know if he was happy or not. Between life and death, he wanted nothing else. This was his Tao. Outside the Tao Tower, which was formed by happiness, in the distant starry sky, the light of the 4 sacred towers flowed into the rocky valley and bathed Jing Fei's body. The secret technique of wrath collapsed silently, and the 5 senses hell was simply illuminated by the starlight. This saber followed the Tao and didn't allow Jiang Wang to escape. Jiang Wang indeed didn't intend to escape. He even rushed forward to meet the saber head-on. His gaze was calm, as if he was going to die hand in hand with Jing Fei. When the saber was about to reach his face, he just tilted his head. Whoosh! The saber fell close to his cheek and directly chopped off his right ear. Jiang Wang seemed to feel no pain. When he tilted his head, he was already charging forward. He forcefully crashed into Jing Fei's open arms and pierced his abdomen again. Jing Fei's huge body instantly stiffened. He fell straight to the ground. His heaven and earth isolated island was once again heavily damaged. 1 ear in exchange for a saber. 1 sword in exchange for a heaven and earth isolated island. Equivalent exchange wasn't Jiang Wang's fighting principle. Therefore, the Changxiangxi sword had already pierced through his abdomen. Lightning flashed through the air, and sword light flashed continuously. While Jing Fei's 5 senses see was in turmoil, the saber cut off the tendons of his arms and right leg. Jing Fei tried to forcefully connect them with his Tao energy, but Jiang Wang's sword qi accurately followed and cut the Tao energy into pieces. Jing Fei, whose 5 senses see was in turmoil and whose tendons were severed, could only fall to the ground. Affected by the evil retribution theurgy, Jiang Wang was almost stuck to his body and fell together with him. This was an extremely risky choice. It had been like this from the beginning. As long as Jing Fei's saber was an inch to the side, or if he was a breath too slow to dodge. That saber didn't just cut off his right ear, but directly cut open his head. What kind of confidence and courage did one need to turn their head when facing the saber head-on? The sword colliding heaven and earth isolated island was a risk that he had already tried once. The sword light that slashed at Jing Fei's limbs was more difficult and dangerous. Through a few exchanges, he tested out the strength of the evil retribution theurgy's counterattack. In a situation where Jing Fei's flesh armor was already broken, he controlled the attack to the point where it was just enough to cripple Jing Fei's limbs, but the counterattack wasn't enough to completely sever his own limbs. What kind of precise control did this require? If there was a slight mistake in judgment or a wrong grasp of strength, Jing Fei wouldn't be the only one lying on the ground. However, even with such a perfect strike, most of his tendons in his limbs had already been severed. He was only forcefully connecting them with his Tao energy. In such a state, although he had temporarily dealt with Jing Fei, it was hard to say how he would fight against the face-unveiling human demon. However, the moment Jing Fei landed on the ground, Jiang Wang had already used the fat on Jing Fei's body to shoot out. He suddenly looked at Yan Zi, his right eye flowing with a scarlet gold light, his left eye instantly turning scarlet red. Using the red heart theurgy to control the dry yang eye, he wanted to go all out in a soul battle to get rid of the last human demon. However, Yan Zi's reaction was just as quick. Almost at the same time that Jiang Wang cut down Jing Fei and turned around, her pretty face instantly disappeared like water. In the ripples of light, a sharp face appeared. The ripples of light continued to expand, and her entire person was hidden in the ripples of light, disappearing just like that. No sound could be heard, no shadow could be seen. She had used the other treasure, at the bottom of her chest to escape in a hurry. With Huan Tao and Li Shou dead and Jing Fei being suppressed, she didn't have the courage to face Jiang Wang head-on. Her courage had long since crumbled under Jiang Wang's relentless attacks and pursuit. The face unveiling human demon's aura had completely disappeared in this rocky valley, but Jiang Wang didn't completely relax. He only temporarily withdrew the dry yang eye, and then casually controlled the sword qi to cut through Jing Fei's Dao energy. Under the influence of the evil retribution theurgy, the sword qi was also used on him. He fell on his back. His excellent control over his body allowed him to take control of his body the moment he fell. He shifted his body and sat down next to Jing Fei, who was lying on his back. At this time, the color of blood on Jing Fei's body had already faded. Although he was still fat, he was already 2 sizes smaller. He looked at Jiang Wang with his innocent and bewildered eyes. "It hurts, little Jiang, it hurts," he cried like a child. Jiang Wang calmly glanced at him. His soul crashed into his Tong Tian palace, lifted the single rider breaking formation diagram, and launched a soul attack. In the dizziness caused by the counterattack of the evil retribution theurgy, he once again provoked the sword qi to prevent Jing Fei from recovering his mobility. The same pain came from his forelimbs, but Jiang Wang's expression didn't change. He forcefully used his Dao energy to temporarily connect his right hand. Holding the acacia somnifera, he pierced the side of Jing Fei's neck. At the same time, blood spurted out from his neck. However, he didn't have any scruples. He once again used the sword qi to cut through Jing Fei's Dao energy. Under the counterattack of the evil retribution theurgy, his own hands fell powerlessly. This was an extremely bloody and cold scene, but it was also filled with courage. Being cruel to others didn't require courage, only brutality. Being cruel to oneself required courage. Jiang Wang's method of dealing with Jing Fei was stupid, but also very simple. Back then at the Azure Cloud Pavilion, after seeing Jing Fei and Skinny Li's theurgy, his only thought was to turn and run when he met these 2 human demons in the future. Because he really didn't know where the flaw was, and he didn't know how to deal with it. In today's difficult battle that he couldn't escape from, he only found a flaw that couldn't be considered a flaw. The evil retribution theurgy required sufficient conditions to complete a counterattack that was equal or stronger. Until now, the counterattack it formed was weaker than the damage Jiang Wang caused to Jing Fei. Jiang Wang maximized this point. While preserving his own life, he destroyed Jing Fei's combat ability and created an injury that was difficult to heal. Then, he allowed Jing Fei to slowly lose blood and worsen his injuries, until he died. The damage of the evil retribution theurgy's counterattack was only related to the damage Jiang Wang released when he attacked. However, Jing Fei clearly didn't realize this point. He stared at Jiang Wang. Because of the blood spurting out from his neck, he made a hoarse sound. Little Jiang. Let's die together." Jiang Wang's injuries weren't optimistic. If Jing Fei was already on the verge of death, then he was also in a half-dead state. However, his voice was still calm. It was the calmness of grasping everything. "No." As he landed the sword qi again to worsen Jing Fei's injuries, he said faintly, "Only you will die. Because it wasn't me who killed you. It was your wounds and time. The evil retribution theurgy and all the injuries. It wasn't time yet." However, Jing Fei didn't seem to be able to hear these words clearly. There seemed to be countless voices in his ears. Crying, begging, screaming, all the voices came to him at the same time. He had been searching for happiness all his life, searching for the lost childlike joy. However, the pain on his body was unbearable. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, when punches and kicks rained down like a storm. He was in so much pain that he wanted to cry, but he couldn't make a sound. After an unknown amount of time, it was as if he had experienced life again. Blood also flowed out of his eyes. He looked at the sky with blurry eyes. In a trance, he saw a skinny face. Skinny Lee didn't have enough to eat since he was young. Later, no matter how much meat he bought, he couldn't get fat. Fourth, he said hoarsely, "I'm not in pain. I'm not afraid of pain. Ho ho ho." His breath dissipated bit by bit. He died just like that with his eyes open. Fresh blood had almost formed a small stream under his body. Lin Xian, who was hiding on the side with the help of the innate chaos formation, looked at this scene in a daze. The death of Huan Tao and Skinny Lee, and the escape of the unmasked Devilman, all gave him an extremely unreal feeling. Especially when Jiang Wang sat next to Zheng Fei, quietly waiting for him to die. It gave him an inexplicable sense of peace. He was far away from the impact of the bloody massacre. It was as if he was watching a young man meditating and calming his mind. Violence and calmness coexisted in harmony. This was an indescribable battle. After the extreme brilliance and violence, all that was left was the back of a young man who was covered in scars, sitting alone quietly. It wasn't until the breath of the thousand-fiend Devilman completely disappeared that Lin Xian suddenly realized, just now, he witnessed a legend with his own eyes. This was the most powerful battle recorded in all the battles at the inner house level since ancient times. This was a battle that surpassed the immortal legend of the Elder of Heaven Mansion. On the 25th day of the 9th lunar month in the year 391 of the Tao calendar, in the Broken Soul Gorge, Rocky Valley, Jiang Wang, the head of the Yellow River, who was at the inner house level, faced the thousand-fiend Devilman, the unmasked Devilman, and the beheader Devilman, who was at the peak of the outer house level, banishing one and killing the other. Obtaining the number 1 inner house level since ancient times. Since ancient times, tracing back 30,000 years, 130,000 years, 300,000 years in the inner house level, Jiang Wang was number 1. There was no such person in all the history. Chapter 13:19. In the beginning, Lin Xian still had a vague thought in his heart: if Jiang Wang really died here, he wouldn't have to chase after him so desperately. If the blazing sun had no chance of catching up, he hoped that he could make it fall, but after witnessing this battle, he had completely given up on this thought. Even when the dust fell to the ground and Jiang Wang was obviously seriously injured, he couldn't think of jumping up and sneak attacking. In this battle, the willpower and strength that Jiang Wang displayed completely made him gasp in admiration. This was a strength that he couldn't imagine. Jiang Wang used this battle to open up a sliver of the sky in his heart, allowing him to see a wider world. Breaking the barriers of knowledge, he could be said to be the one who opened the way. Naturally, there were people who had 5 prefectures shining at the same time. But it wasn't until the Old Man of Heaven's Mansion that the strength of this state was clearly engraved in the hearts of the world. The Old Man of Heaven's Mansion fought 1 against 3 and killed 3 famous outer house cultivators in the inner house realm. He defined the 2 words, Heaven's Mansion. And today, Jiang Wang redefined the limits of Heaven's Mansion. The 4 outer house human demons were all famous outer house cultivators. They were unquestionably strong in the outer house realm. Why were they called names? Only the tool and the name can be fake. The tool was power, and so was the name. It was the focus of attention and reputation. Only those who could bear the weight of it could enjoy the fame. Regardless of fame or notoriety, those who had been famous in the transcendent world for a long time must have the strength to match their fame. Otherwise, they would have suffered a calamity and been killed at some unknown time. Jiang Wang's Riverview platform suppressed all inner houses in the world and became the leader of the Yellow River. He had his own name. With such a name, how many inner house cultivators in the world wanted to fight with him, to test themselves, or even to suppress him? If he didn't have his name, he would have died long ago. The 4 human demons were full of evil and had killed countless people. Just hearing their names made people tremble in fear. Thus, they were called names. With such a bad name, how many people wanted to kill them? If he didn't have his name, his ashes would have been scattered. How could he be so arrogant today? Jiang Wang fought against these notorious 4 great human demons and killed 3 of them one by one. This was truly a legend. Lin Xian hung the hatchet on his back and left the rocky valley without saying a word. He was originally excited and even wanted to say a few words to Jiang Wang. But on second thought, if he triggered Jiang Wang's stress reaction in this state, there would be no way to explain. Later on, he felt that it was best to retreat quietly. Having seen the fierceness of the blazing sun, he no longer dared to compare himself to the blazing sun. Jiang Wang naturally didn't know that there was someone else in the rocky valley. Even after the aura of the all-evil's devil man had completely dissipated, he still waited for a while before slowly applying medicine and treating his injuries. As a high-ranking official of the Qi ministry, he naturally carried some high-quality medicine with him. However, for such a serious injury, it was hard to say whether it would be effective. Jiang Wang could not help but curse, "Old liar." He raised his hand and picked up his broken ears and legs. Of course, this was a battle that challenged the legend and tested the limits. If this spread out, it would be enough for him to leave his name in history. But if he had known this beforehand, he definitely wouldn't have come to the Broken Soul Valley. If this battle was repeated, the result might not be the same. The 4 great human demons didn't have a bad reputation for nothing. Who would risk their lives for nothing? He had been through countless battles and had suffered almost all kinds of injuries. This was the first time he had broken a limb. It could be considered a success. **T. Long ago in Linzi, he knew that the old liar wasn't reliable. At that time, he didn't want his amulet. This old liar pestered him and insisted on giving it to him. The money and goods were settled, but he still came to ask for interest after such a long time. First, he said that he was only going to cut a normal person's lifeblood. Then, he said that he was going to challenge the human demons one by one. Not once was he reliable. Old liar! Jiang Wang cursed angrily again. After all, his ability to curse was far inferior to Cheng Gongxing and Ku Ju. He cursed stingily, repeating the same word over and over again. It wasn't very satisfying. After a while, he stopped cursing. A broken ear and a broken leg couldn't be healed with his subpar healing technique. He could only carefully store them and find a medical cultivator to treat them later. Now, he could only be the leader of the one-ear Tianfu and one-leg Tianfu for a while. How long had it been since he recovered? Who could he tell with a belly full of sorrow? He sat for a while and waited for the tendons and meridians on his hands and legs to recover a little. At least they were connected with the forceful fixation of Tao energy. Then, he used the light of the 5 divine abilities to gently nourish them and stimulate their vitality. Only then did Jiang Wang search Xing Fei's corpse. After searching for a long time, he only found a storage box. It had a large capacity, but most of the things inside were gold and silver. Jiang Wang couldn't understand at all why someone as strong as Xing Fei was so obsessed with the gold and silver of the mortal world. When Xing Fei extorted him, he also asked for silver. There were only 9 primeval stones in his storage. Other than that, there were 10,000 primeval stones, a number of Tao primeval stones, and some artifacts that Jiang Wang didn't care about. It could be said that Xing Fei was fat but poor. How could such a wicked human demon be so poor? However, after thinking about it, it made sense. It was normal for people to get little from searching corpses. Ordinary people had to save up money to get married, but any qualified extraordinary cultivator would try their best to convert their resources into cultivation or combat power. They wouldn't store their resources in storage boxes and wait for others to take them. A cultivator's greatest treasure was himself, not external objects. As for techniques and secret techniques, most of them were memorized. Those top-notch techniques were controlled from the source, so there was no possibility of them leaking out. Even if one killed a true disciple of Great Luo Mountain and found a foundational scripture like Founding Emperor's Last Calamity scripture, there was no possibility of learning it. They would only be killed by the strong practitioners of Great Luo Mountain when they tried to get their hands on it. Jiang Wang wasn't disappointed. 9 primeval stones were already very good. He was satisfied. Then, he went to search Huan Tao and Li Shou's corpses. Li Shou was even poorer than Jing Fei. He only had 5 primeval stones. There was a cone-shaped magic weapon with decent killing power, but other than that, there wasn't anything else that caught his eye. Jiang Wang was a third-ranking official of Deqi, so his standards were a little high. He took away Li Shou's storage box with some disdain. Huan Tao, on the other hand, was very rich. There were a total of 53 primeval stones in his storage box. Jiang Wang didn't know how he managed to keep his wealth in front of Jing Fei and Li Shou. You really couldn't judge a book by its cover. Other than that, Jiang Wang also kindly accepted his mechanical heavy sword. In fact, this mechanical heavy sword was the most valuable item. If Huan Tao hadn't invested so many resources into this sword, his primeval stones would have been more plentiful. After all, he was a mechanism master. Even if he only focused on the mechanical heavy sword, it shouldn't be difficult for him to do other things to earn some extra money. He put all the primeval stones together and put away the 3 storage boxes he had just obtained. Jiang Wang finally regained some energy. He got up and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He remembered something: the blood of balance. The blood of balance was refined by the human demon after he boiled and killed the cultivators of the Feng and Qi factions. Jing Fei and Li Shou both consumed it to improve their supernatural powers. However, the origin of this blood of balance could be traced back to the Cloud Top Immortal Palace. By Yuntong. He woke up the fat boy who was sleeping soundly in the ruins of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace, which was even more dilapidated than before. He was burning with anger. He usually called him Immortal Master as if he was more loyal than anyone else. Today, he was almost killed, but he actually fell asleep. Immortal Master, where are you? This place is so blurry. Bai Yuntong rubbed his eyes and said. It seemed that it was because of this innate maze. Jiang Wang calmed down and said, "Take a look." Bai Yuntong looked out from the ruins of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace and saw Jing Fei lying in a pool of blood. He couldn't help but cover his eyes and cry. "I was just taking a nap. I didn't want to kill you." Jiang Wang was angry and amused at the same time. This Immortal Palace boy was really too muddle-headed. "Take a look at this fatty's body. Do you see anything special?" he asked. "Do you know about the blood of balance?" Bai Yuntong's little fat hand that was covering his eyes slowly moved away. He carefully looked at Jing Fei again. His eyes were dazed, as if he had awakened a certain memory. Blood of balance? Chapter 1320. Immortal Palace Strongman. Cloud Child blurted out. Jiang Wang frowned. "Immortal Palace Strongman?" "Yes." Cloud Child nodded confidently. His chubby little face flicked. "Immortal Palace Strongman." Jiang Wang could only say, "And then?" Cloud Child blinked innocently. "And then it's very powerful." Jiang Wang smiled and raised his hand. "Don't worry, you can take your time. Immortal Palace Strongman is Immortal Palace Strongman. Every Immortal Palace is different. Our Cloud Top Immortal Palace's Strongman is said to be immortal. The blood of balance is its core." Cloud Child spoke quickly and said in one breath. He didn't pause at all, but Jiang Wang actually understood him. "Then, do you know how to create Immortal Palace Strongman?" Jiang Wang asked. Cloud Child smiled proudly. "I remember all the materials." He had a look that said, "Come and praise me." Jiang Wang raised his chin arrogantly. "Write it down." After all, he had just made history and broken the legendary record of the Elder of the Heaven Mansion. Although not many people knew about it, It was inevitable that he would feel proud. Of course, he didn't know that his one-legged and one-eared appearance was indescribably majestic. He had just been crippled in the Valley of Rocks, so he wasn't used to it yet. "Oh," Bai Yuntongzi replied. His chubby little hand grabbed the air, and a brush appeared. His left hand opened, and a piece of white paper appeared. Just like that, he stopped in mid-air, and began to write in a very natural and unrestrained manner. After he finished writing, he held the piece of paper above his head, and said respectfully, "Immortal Master, please take a look." Jiang Wang took the paper and read in a relaxed tone, "Quicksand wood, cloud bone." As she read, she couldn't continue anymore. Because he realized that he didn't recognize any of these materials. He had never heard of them before, and he didn't know where to find them. He couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is this?" Cloud Child looked at him with a confused expression. "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? You only know the names?" Jiang Wang said unhappily. "Where can I find these materials? How much are they worth? You don't know? Moreover, today is different from the past. Many things might have already been lost. Don't you know how to keep up with the times?" "I'm still a kid," Cloud Child said confidently. Jiang Wang only glared at him, and his imposing manner immediately withered. He said in an aggrieved tone, "That's what the Immortal Palace told me." The so-called Immortal Palace told him was probably a memory fragment of the Immortal Palace's inheritance. It was normal for there to be some omissions. After all, the Immortal Palace was in such a state. Jiang Wang resisted the urge to beat the child. He looked at Jing Fei's corpse not far away and said, "Then, do you know how to extract the blood of balance? Let me think." In order to show that the Immortal Master's question was very important, Child Baiyun even sat down cross-legged and frowned like an adult. "I have to think about it carefully." Jiang Wang continued to nurse his injuries while waiting for the child to think. The most serious injuries on his body were his broken legs, broken ears, and shattered heart. Next were the cracked heaven and earth isolated island, the wound in his abdomen, and the meridians in his limbs. Among them, his broken legs and broken ears could only be preserved first and then reconnected by a good doctor. He could also use powerful healing spells or consume some heavenly and earthly treasures to reconnect the broken limbs. In short, it was not that easy to heal. The heart was the most important organ. It was the source of blood and the source of power. Fortunately, the Transcendent Cultivator's heavenly palace and inner palace could temporarily replace it. Now, he was using his Tao energy to forcefully gather and maintain the flow of blood. However, the specific recovery process still needed the help of a skilled medical cultivator. The cracks of the heaven and earth isolated island could only be healed slowly and carefully. He had never heard of any medicine that could repair the heaven and earth isolated island. The wounds and broken meridians of the physical body could be revitalized under the light of the 5 superpowers and increase the speed of self-healing. However, the efficiency was also hard to say. In short, although he had completed the feat of challenging a legend, he was almost in a half-crippled state. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that he was already very used to the state of recuperation. After thinking seriously for a long time, Bai Yuntong jumped up. "I know how to extract the blood of balance." Jiang Wang looked at him expectantly. "Use the ethereal palace," Bai Yuntong said excitedly. "The ethereal palace can automatically convert power and extract the blood of balance. It can also be used as the origin blood to cultivate a new blood of balance. This was how it was done in the past." "That's really good. You didn't think for so long in vain." Jiang Wang smiled brightly. "However, the ethereal palace has already been destroyed." "Oh right." Bai Yuntong squatted down again. He hugged his head with both hands as if he was afraid of being beaten. Jiang Wang looked up and sighed. He did not have much hope for this little boy anymore. The matter of the Immortal Palace strongman. Let's talk about it after the ethereal palace is repaired. After leaving the ruins of the immortal palace, he looked outside again. He took out a wine jar from the storage box and poured out all the wine inside. He used it to store the fresh blood of Jing Fei and Skinny Li. After the ethereal palace was repaired, he would extract the blood of balance from it. Of course, before pouring the wine, he felt that it was too wasteful, so he drank a few mouthfuls himself. The harvest this time was thus. After recovering some strength, Jiang Wang stood up and planned to find Yu Beidu to collect his debt. However, after looking left and right, he could not help but be stunned. How could he get out of this rocky valley? North, south, east, and west all seemed to be the same. What kind of formation was this? He could not understand it. What should he do? Jiang Wang looked at the corpses of Jing Fei, Skinny Li, and Huan Tao. He was at a loss for a moment. Could it be that he, the #1 inner palace in history, was going to spend the rest of his life in this broken formation? Was he going to be with these corpses? Do not be nervous, do not be impatient. Jiang Wang silently told himself that he had been through a lot. He would not break down over such a small matter. He had killed 3 of the 4 great lords. What was this in front of him? At most, he would need to spend a few years to improve his cultivation or study this formation. It would not take him more than 3 to 7 years. Nonsense. He could not help but curse at the sky. Yu Beidu, you old liar. Suddenly there was a whoosh sound. Something streaked across in front of him. He took a look. It was Qi Daoqian, who had been playing dead for a long time. He spun around in front of him, looking very lively and energetic. Jiang Wang restrained his anger and resisted the urge to use Sauvignon Blanc to cut it in half. He said calmly, "Lead the way. A little impatience spoils great plans." If there was any conflict, they could talk about it after leaving the formation. This Qi Daoqian probably knew that it was in the wrong. It did not cause any trouble and obediently led the way. After a few twists and turns, they arrived in front of a huge square rock. In a place where there were strange rocks everywhere, this huge square rock seemed a bit out of place. There was no need for it to explain. Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment and understood that this was the formation's loathing point. Yu Beidu had said that it could help destroy the blood demon. He silently buried the Kasaya wrapped in life blood under the huge rock. The Qi Daoqian turned around and led the way. After walking for a while, he saw the blood stream in front of him again. He saw the cave in the cliff. Jiang Wang reached out and wiped his face, making the blood stains even more messy. The Rui Immortal robe had the ability to clean his clothes, but he stopped it. He took out the thinking staff, supported himself, and limped into the cave. As he walked, he said, "You're not very honest. You tricked me with small benefits. Come and help." A voice interrupted him at the same time. Chapter 13:21. Before he could ask for more money, a request for help came first. Jiang Wang paused for a moment. He was now very sensitive to the word help. Originally, he was hiding in Zhao country to cultivate and strengthen his foundation before heading out of the outer tower. Because he wanted to help someone, he ran all the way to the Broken Soul Gorge. He thought it was a matter that could be solved in a short time. In the end, he left the city and went abroad, crossing mountains and ridges. He ran all the way here, but in the end, he became a cripple. Now that this tragic situation was spread out, what would the world think? Hero with only one ear? One-legged sword immortal? Jiang Wang's complicated feelings were hard to express. Quoting Master Kuju's philosophical words, it would be, "What a rotten straw sandal of a tortoise." Now, this old swindler asked for help? How could he be so shameless? A lousy protective talisman, and he was forced to sell it. Now, he had to sell his life several times? The more Jiang Wang thought about it, the angrier he became. But if he wanted to turn around and leave, he still hadn't paid the previous debt. The outer tower realm was just around the corner. A top-level Dao technique of the outer tower. He really needed it. 20 primordial stones was also not a small amount. Jiang Wang thought about it again and again, but still walked in with his walking stick. Damn it, who would have thought that he would fall into the broken soul gorge on the street of Linzi? The one who fell was Yu Beidu, and the one who was crippled was me? After walking into the cave with difficulty, Jiang Wang saw a total of 49 stone pillars connected the ceiling to the ground, forming a circle in the cave like a stone prison. In the stone prison, Yu Beidu was suspended in the air with a ghost head knife in his head. His face was covered in blood. He seemed to be in a worse state than himself. But this old swindler still maintained his previous posture, one hand forming a seal, the other pointing to the ground with a sword. But the one lying on the ground was not only the blood demon from before, but also another person. It was a somewhat thin middle-aged man wearing scholar's clothes. His long beard was soaked in blood and twisted into a lock. The 5 fingers on his left hand were all broken and dripping with blood. This person was lying on top of the blood demon. Both of them were facing the sky, one horizontal and one vertical, crossing each other. This strange posture was really puzzling. "Stop looking," Yu Beidu suddenly said. "Come and help me." Perhaps he felt that his tone was too stiff, so he added, "Young friend." Jiang Wang put on a fake smile and said, "Elder, look at my condition. I'm missing an ear and a broken leg. It's hard for me to even walk. What else can I do for you?" Yu Beidu said, "Hold on a little longer." "Forget it." Jiang Wang said decisively, "Please give me the payment and we'll part ways here. I'm in a hurry to go back to Qi to recover." "Young friend Jiang, can't we discuss this?" Yu Beidu's tone was somewhat fawning. Jiang Wang refused. "My life isn't tough enough. I'm afraid I can't withstand your repeated discussions." "What are you saying?" Yu Beidu laughed dryly. "Let's have a good discussion. I just want to go back and recuperate." "Looks like you've made up your mind. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word." "Sigh, young friend, you misunderstand me too much." Yu Beidu sighed. "Since that's the case, the vitality stones and the technique are all in my storage box. You can take them yourself." Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. "I'll take them myself?" Yu Beidu said impatiently. "Do you think I can spare them?" He was indeed holding a hand seal with one hand and suppressing with the other hand. He was sitting in the air and didn't move at all. He didn't even care about the saber on his head. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and said with dissatisfaction, "You said you only wanted me to deal with lifeblood, but you didn't say there were 4 other demons. I almost died outside. Shouldn't you add a point?" "What you said is not unreasonable," Yu Beidu replied straightforwardly. "Take them yourself." "How much?" "Take as much as you think is enough to make up for the injuries you suffered," Yu Beidu said calmly. "It's all based on your morals and sense of shame." How dare he say such a thing? If the one standing here was Chung Gungxing, he would at most leave a Taoist robe for Yu Beidu. However, Jiang Wang was here now. He thought for a moment and decided to only take some treatment fees in addition to the agreed-upon remuneration. "Okay." Jiang Wang rubbed his fists and rubbed his palms. Leaning on his walking stick, he squeezed through the gap between 2 stone pillars and arrived in front of Yu Beidu. He said very politely, "Excuse me. Where is your storage box?" "It's—" Yu Beidu suddenly exclaimed, "How did you come in?" Jiang Wang was a bit stunned. "Didn't you tell me to come and take my own reward?" Suddenly, the area surrounded by the 49 stone pillars was filled with bloody light. Gods wept and ghosts wept. When he looked back, he couldn't see any gaps at all. The formation, which was so calm that it seemed to have been destroyed, suddenly began to operate. Yu Beidu's tone had already changed into an urgent one. "This is the 9 heavens 10 earths absolute soul annihilation formation. It can't be done without insight enlightenment. Once the killing formation is activated, those below the immortal descent stage won't be able to last more than 3 breaths. Hurry up and leave." I can't implicate you. Jiang Wang was speechless. What a tortoise and rotten eggplant. He had been tricked again. He had been tricked into entering the formation. He didn't even have to think about it. This lousy formation had been quiet for a moment, and the next moment it had turned upside down. This old swindler must have done something. The first sentence said that it couldn't be formed unless it was real, and the second sentence said that he should hurry up and leave. Who was he putting on an act for? Didn't you say that this formation couldn't be formed unless it was real? Jiang Wang said faintly. Oh right. Beidou seemed to have just reacted. His tone turned heavy. Now that things have come to this, there's only one way. Jiang Wang wasn't willing to cooperate with him. He didn't say a word. However, Beidou continued smoothly on his own. Do you see that guy on the ground with a broken finger? This killing formation was set up by him and is tied to him. Kill him and the formation will dissolve itself. Ha ha! The divination master, who had been lying on the ground and watching coldly for a long time, laughed contemptuously. How many years has it been? You still only know how to deceive people. Jiang Wang was able to walk out of the Khanate Chaos Separation formation and leave the 4 great human demons behind. This was a legendary achievement that far exceeded his imagination. However, it had already happened. There was no point in regretting it. What he had to consider was facing it head-on. At first, he didn't know what the relationship between Beidou and Jiang Wang was, so he kept silent and watched coldly from the sidelines. Now that he understood something, he spoke decisively. Do you know Jiang Wang's current identity and status? This kind of peerless Tianjiao has a limitless future, but you coaxed him into risking his life in the soul-breaking gorge with just a few words. He treated you with sincerity, but you didn't speak a single word of truth. Beidou, can your conscience be at ease? Unfortunately, he was lying on the ground with a blood demon on his back. This righteous and strict speech somehow lacked a bit of grandeur. Beidou looked at the divination master speechlessly. He said to Jiang Wang, "This person is the fortune-teller human demon. He once used blood divination to predict you and wanted to seize your immortal palace. I used 100 years of my cultivation and used an unparalleled heaven-grade protective talisman to block him for you. Today, in the Khanate Chaos Separation formation, I risked my life to guide you and create a chance for you to fight the human demons one-on-one. It was also he who did something and led the 4 human demons to one place, forcing you to fight 1 against 4. His tone was sincere. If I were you, I would definitely take revenge. I can't wait." Chapter 13:22. As soon as Beidou finished speaking, the fortune-teller sneered. "I used the blood divination to calculate you. What does that have to do with Jiang Wang? You deliberately sent a lousy talisman to Jiang Wang to divert the trouble away. You wanted to use qi to capture me, but you treated everyone else as fools to be deceived by you? Why didn't you think about it? If I was really interested in the Immortal Palace, why would I only come to Jiang Wang now? When I was in Yong, I already knew about Jiang Wang, but I didn't go to him." He turned to look at Jiang Wang. "When Fatty Zheng and Skinny Li were working at the Azure Cloud Pavilion, you were there too, right? You even saved someone. Did I go to you after that? Ask yourself, if I went to you at that time, would you have a chance to escape?" Jiang Wang didn't say anything. But silence was also a kind of attitude. The fortune-teller looked back at Beidou. "Today, I brought people here to kill you. How would I know where Jiang Wang was? It was you who deliberately revealed that you had a friend who went to look for the blood demon's lifeblood in the innate chaos disarray formation. That was why I sent people to look for him. In the end, did Jiang Wang risk his life for you or for me?" The whole thing was completely different from what the fortune-teller said, but the logic was clear and organized. Beidou was surprised. "My good martial nephew, how can you reverse black and white?" The fortune-teller said coldly, Martial uncle, you know very well who is reversing black and white. You must know that it's easy to deceive people for a while, but difficult to deceive people for a lifetime. Jiang Wang already knew about their relationship from the mask unveiling human demon, so he wasn't surprised. Seeing them arguing fiercely here, he couldn't help but say, "You too, am I so important?" "Of course," Yu Baidu hurriedly said. "This person is full of evil, and the blood demon is the disaster of the human race. I suppress them with my own strength and can't split my hands and feet. And you are a genius, a peerless talent. Today, who else but you can eliminate evil for the people? Good and evil are determined by you? What is good and what is evil?" The fortune teller asked back. "You were jealous and set up a trap to kill your senior martial brother. Can that be good? Moreover, even if I am an evil person, when have I ever harmed Jiang Wang? Who was it that had dragged him into this dangerous situation? Who was it that had turned Tianjiao into this dismembered state? You are such a good person, why are you so full of lies?" All right. Jiang Wang interrupted their fierce debate and said faintly, "What I mean is, since I'm so important, can't you say something more important?" "Important?" The fortune teller was stunned. "What's so important?" For such a peerless Tianjiao and hot-blooded youth, was the debate between good and evil not important? Cough. Yu Baidu was the first to understand the situation, and offered, "I'll add 20 origin stones to your bid." Martial uncle, you seem to be looking down on Jiang Tianfu? The fortune teller grasped the situation and immediately added, "Jiang Qingyang, I'm not like some swindler who likes to swindle others. I won't lie to you. If you help me today, I'll give you 1,000 origin stones, a Dharma robe, and 3 exterior-level secret techniques. If you have any enemies, regardless of their cultivation, I'll perform a blood divination for you." Sounds good. Jiang Wang turned to look at Yu Baidu. "Senior Yu, are you not going to raise the price?" Yu Baidu was instantly filled with righteous indignation. "Is the righteous path of the human world not worthy of your protection? Is the safety of the human race not worthy of your concern? If you are on the same side as a demonic man, how are you any different from a demonic man? Are you going to abandon your position for some petty profit? If this matter spreads, where will you find a place to stand in the world?" "If I kill you, it won't spread," the fortune teller reminded him considerately. Yu Baidu glared at him angrily, and the fortune teller glared back at him without backing down. Jiang Wang only replied with an "oh," and then leaned forward to look at the beardless demonic man. "What about you, sir?" Lu Huai didn't seem to have considered this possibility. He had only silently watched the fight between the fortune teller and Yu Baidu, thinking that he had nothing to do with it. After all, demonic men were the public enemies of the human race. How could he have been bribed by him? After staring blankly for a moment, he said hesitantly, "If you help me, I'll send you to the myriad world's desolate tomb?" Jiang Wang sighed and said to Yu Baidu, "How about I help you kill the demonic man first? I think he's basically hopeless. I can give you a cheaper price for this one, you can decide how much you want." Yu Baidu laughed. "This one won't be easy to kill. It won't be easy to kill him in a short time. You should kill the demonic man first." "Jiang Wang, we can still discuss the terms." The fortune teller immediately said, "You've been brought into a dangerous place, your life hanging by a thread. Are you really not angry at all? Even if it's a peerless Tianjiao like you, it'll still be a narrow escape from death, right? Are you really willing to be manipulated like this? You've already been tricked into the soul-breaking gorge, and then into the formation. How long do you plan on being tricked? Until you die? Are you really not angry?" After hearing his words, Jiang Wang let out a long sigh. He looked at his empty left leg and then looked at Yu Baidu. His eyes became serious. "To be honest, I'm really angry. I have no obligation to risk my life for you. No matter what you're pursuing, whether it's justice, or the righteousness of the human race, you don't have the right to trick me into a trap and make me risk my life. A great master once told me, using your standards to ask others is already demanding. Using your standards to ask the world, you're evil but you don't know it. You're a demon among demons. Senior you, I deeply agree with these words. That's truly a great master with great wisdom. Ubedu praised. Then, he restrained the smile on his face and said very seriously, "What I want to tell you is that according to my divination, you won't be in danger when you come to the Broken Soul Gorge this time. Obviously, I overestimated myself and underestimated my martial nephew. That's why I missed a step in the innate chaos disarray formation and let you face the 4 demonic men of the outer tower at the inner palace realm. This is my mistake. I can't deny it. I'll definitely think of a way to make up for it. I spent a lot of effort to re-establish contact with you in the innate chaos disarray formation. However, at that time, you'd already finished the battle. Maybe you believe me when I say these words, maybe you don't. If you believe me, I thank you. If you don't believe me, it's also natural. You have the right to." This was probably the most serious thing Jiang Wang had said to Ubedu since he knew him. There was no nonsense like unparalleled heaven-grade protective talisman. There was only an admission of his mistake from a present-age Tao master who claimed to have divined half a lifetime. As the number 1 master of divination in the world, would you, Ubedu, make a mistake? The divinator sneered. You can only trick the young. Ha ha. Ubedu laughed loudly, laughing as if he was very happy. Man proposes but God disposes. How can I predict everything? If I didn't make a mistake, how could I have let your master go astray back then? If I didn't make a mistake, how could I have let you escape for so many years? If I didn't make a mistake, the divination technique wouldn't have reached this point. He laughed loudly and looked at Jiang Wang. I also want to calculate everything, but my divinations actually only cover the first half of my life. Laughable, laughable. The ghost head saber was stabbed into his forehead. The back of his head was swollen with blood. His face was covered in blood. He laughed miserably. If I can't predict the second half of my life, why should I predict the first half of my life? Let's just say that what's done is done. Let's just say that he can't turn back. Let's just say that he's powerless now that things have reached this point. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 13:23. Ubedu had been famous for a long time. He was known as half a lifetime diviner, and was undoubtedly the world's top fortune teller. Even if Jiang Wang didn't care, he had heard of him long ago. He knew that Qi's imperial advisor, Xie Huan, had once reprimanded him for pretending to be mysterious. He knew that Yonggenzuan's name had spread throughout Linzi because of his words of stealing the glory of his peers. However, Jiang Wang actually didn't know much about Ubedu. He didn't know what story he had, where he came from, or what he had experienced. He only found out about his martial uncle and martial nephew relationship with the fortune teller after arriving at the soul-breaking gorge. At this moment, when he heard this laughter, he didn't know why, but he felt a sense of sadness in his heart. As the world's number 1 expert in the art of divination, he had calculated everything and reached the level of truth insight. How could there be so many moments when he was powerless? Jiang Wang looked at Ubedu sympathetically, then turned to look at the fortune teller. Your offer is very good. How will you give it to me? Ubedu's laughter froze. What happened to empathy? I'm miserable here, and you're compassionate over there. Then, heroes would cherish each other and work together as one. This is what a wonderful story should be like. But the moment this kid turned his head, the atmosphere was gone. The fortune teller didn't react in time and immediately said, After the matter is settled, how would I dare to hang around in front of you? Jiang Wang interrupted him. Your Excellency, you should show your sincerity. What do you mean by sincerity? The fortune teller asked. Give me the money first, then do the deed. After the deed is done, I'll leave immediately, Jiang Wang said. The fortune teller looked at him quietly for a while and laughed involuntarily. What, you want to take some money from me before you kill me? Are all young people these days so black-hearted? Jiang Wang said angrily. If you don't have sincerity, just say it. How can you taint my innocence? You're still too young. The fortune teller seemed to be certain that Jiang Wang would help Beidou. He shook his head. Do you know why he asked you to do it? Jiang Wang said casually. Because he's suppressing the blood demon, so he can't do anything. I can't believe that the Tianjiao that Qi tried so hard to protect is actually such an honest fool. The fortune teller laughed a few times. Suddenly, his smile disappeared and he said fiercely, because he divined that I still have a trump card in my hand. He knows that whoever kills me will die. You seem to be threatening me, Jiang Wang said. You can choose not to believe it, the fortune teller said. Jiang Wang leaned on his crutch with one hand and drew his long sword with the other. Have you ever thought about it? The divination master continued. This blood sacrifice lifelock formation was clearly set up by me, but now it's in Beidou's hands. He can do so much, but he really can't find the time to kill me? Jiang Wang waited for a moment, but Beidou didn't say anything. Thus, he turned around and asked Beidou, should I believe him? Beidou, whose face was covered in blood, let out a long sigh. You've been tricked. He's only using you to test me, to see if I've divined his trump card. At this moment, as long as you open your mouth, there's no way I won't give you an answer. Of course, I can't blame you for this. You and I haven't built up enough trust in each other to begin with. It's only natural to have doubts. At this point, he turned to the fortune teller and said, Since I can predict that you'll use Fat Zheng and Skinny Li as your scapegoat, of course I can also predict your so-called trump card. Is this the answer you're looking for? Good martial nephew, don't worry and go. I already have a way to deal with it. You can predict so much, but you can't predict that Jiang Wang will have a narrow escape from the chaos array? The fortune teller asked again. I've already said what I need to say. Beidou only said, then let's let Jiang Wang make his own decision. Jiang Wang, follow your heart. Jiang Wang's current condition wasn't very good. His heart was still in a state where it had been forcibly pieced back together, and his broken limbs and ears were all in urgent need of treatment. He kept saying that he was in a hurry to go back and treat his injuries, and he wasn't lying. But at this moment, standing in the array in his weakened state, he seemed to have become the last weight on the scale. It actually decided the life and death of the two fortune teller masters, one true insight and one god descends. He silently held his sword. Beidou really understood him. From the very beginning, he didn't have any other choice. Of course, he wanted to slaughter the blood demon. Rather than saying that the fortune teller's bargaining was a way to express his dissatisfaction with Beidou, it was better to say that he wanted to take advantage of the fortune teller before he died. Therefore, Beidou very sincerely admitted his mistake. He also made his choice. The fortune teller understood this point, so he gave up on trying to win him over and changed to threatening his life in the real world. The struggle between this pair of martial uncle and martial nephew didn't stop for a moment. The struggle for the leadership of the blood sacrifice lifelock array, the clash of divination, the confrontation of words, the struggle for Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang saw some of it clearly, but he didn't notice some of it. He only knew that now the problem had become very serious. In a situation where he clearly knew that the fortune teller still had a trump card, should he trust Beidou again and swing his sword? Would Beidou use him as a scapegoat, just like how the fortune teller planned to use Fatty Zheng and Skinny Li as scapegoats? The fortune teller taking the initiative to say that he still had a trump card was killing two birds with one stone. The first was to test Beidou's answer, and the second was, for this moment, to make Jiang Wang's choice particularly difficult. These two goals had already been achieved. Just as Yu Beidu said, in fact, he and Jiang Wang hadn't established enough trust between them. But now this choice was related to life and death. Who could easily put life and death in their hands? Under these circumstances, Yu Beidu couldn't say anything. Therefore, he could only wait with the fortune-teller and wait for Jiang Wang's choice. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wang smiled. This situation reminds me of Fatty Zheng and the evil retribution divine ability. He looked at the fortune-teller. Do you know how Fatty Zheng died? The fortune-teller smiled. Are you going to share it now? You said that your trump card is related to your life. I don't know how it was triggered, but I'm going to turn you into a human stick first. Jiang Wang said, if your trump card is triggered passively, I'll keep you alive and leave the final blow to Jinren Yu. If your trump card is triggered actively, then I'm afraid that no matter how I treat you, it won't affect your decision. What do you think of this idea? He asked. A genius idea. Yu Beidu praised. So that's how third Fatty Jing died. The fortune-teller had a look of realization on his face, and then he said in an admiring tone, Then what are you waiting for? He actually urged Jiang Wang to make a move. Was he bluffing, or did he have a card up his sleeve? This was definitely the most confusing situation Jiang Wang had ever fallen into so far. Whether it was Yu Beidu, the fortune-teller, or even the blood demon, they were all somewhat baffled. This wasn't normal. The confrontation between top-level divination techniques made him, a layman in the Tao of divination, confused, but he didn't need to understand. There were thousands of forks in the road ahead, and his choice was based on his heart. Immortal pure gold flashed in his eyes. Jiang Wang stomped his crutch, took a step forward, and twisted his body. With a clean and neat stroke, he pierced Yu Beidu's abdomen, who was suspended in midair. Chapter 13:24. In midair, Yu Beidu's abdomen was injured. He shrunk back and widened his eyes. Are you crazy? Without another word, Jiang Wang pulled out his sword, turned around and stabbed again. This time, the sword was more accurate and ruthless. When the cold light hit him, Yu Beidu had no choice but to raise his hand to block it. But with this block, the cries of gods and ghosts that had been crashing into his ears suddenly fell silent. The blood aura that had been hovering around him instantly dissipated like smoke. When he looked again, he saw that the 49 stone pillars were connected to the ground, forming a circular array. In the middle of the array, Yu Beidu sat in midair. He formed a seal with one hand and pointed his sword at the ground with the other. One finger for two. On the ground, the blood demon and the fortune-teller lay on top of each other, each furious. As for Jiang Wang himself, he stood not far from the fortune-teller, holding a staff in one hand and a sword in the other. Can you believe me now? Yu Beidu's voice carried a smile. I really used all my strength to contact you again in the Khanate Chaos Separation Array. The scene just now was an illusion, but it wasn't completely an illusion. Because Yu Beidu still had to divert some energy to contact Jiang Wang through the Khanate Chaos Separation Array, the fortune-teller had always been in charge of the blood sacrifice array. When Jiang Wang first entered the cave, everything he heard and saw was actually an illusion created by the fortune-teller. He was sealed by Yu Beidu, and his main force was fighting against Yu Beidu directly. But he diverted some energy to use the blood sacrifice array as a new source of power. He gave up on the array's effects and turned to creating illusions to guide Jiang Wang to kill Yu Beidu. Yu Beidu never gave up fighting for the blood sacrifice array. Although the fortune-teller had control, he couldn't use the blood sacrifice array to kill him. Later, he even entered the illusion created by the fortune-teller and fought against him in the illusion. But he couldn't reveal the truth in front of Jiang Wang. When he tried to hint that it was all an illusion, he would be expelled by the illusion. Because this went against the foundation of the illusion's existence. So, from the beginning to the end, he only reminded Jiang Wang, "Follow your heart." Jiang Wang had the red heart theurgy, so he couldn't be influenced by others' will. Obviously, the fortune teller didn't know, but Yu Baidu was well aware. Without knowing the result of the battle in the innate chaos disarray array, he had diverted some of his energy to contact the others, which led to the loss of control of the blood sacrifice life lock array. This seemed like a bad move. However, after Jiang Wang successfully created a legend, came to the cave, and defeated this illusion, this move was undoubtedly proof that Yu Baidu was better than a diviner in the art of divination. After Jiang Wang stabbed the fortune teller even put on a show to deceive him. The response he received was an even more ruthless sword strike. The fortune teller had no choice but to step in to stop it. As a result, the blood sacrifice life lock formation went out of control and was truly abolished by Yu Baidu. This was what Jiang Wang was feeling right now. His eyes, ears, all of his senses were telling him the truth. Now, the 49 stone pillars were just rock. There was nothing special about them anymore. The fortune teller stared at Jiang Wang. "How did you get away?" A bloody light overflowed from his eyes, gradually forming the shape of the 8 trigrams. However, in the next moment it suddenly turned black, then white and scattered into flowing light. Yu Baidu's voice was faint. "Good martial nephew, don't struggle anymore." The fortune teller didn't have a question, nor did he need an answer. He only spoke to disturb Jiang Wang. Then, he used the blood divination, but he was immediately suppressed by Yu Baidu. Jiang Wang felt all of this very clearly. He was amazed by Yu Baidu's strength, and he could also feel the fortune teller's desperate situation. He didn't stop. Almost at the same time as the bloody light overflowed from the fortune teller's eyes, he tapped his dragon-headed staff and shot forward. Chang Xiangxi flashed with a cold light, like a rainbow bridge crossing the sky. It rose from Jiang Wang and fell from the fortune teller. This was a brilliant rainbow, a line that depicted life and death. This was a true edge, a sword that was famous throughout the world. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the fortune teller's head, Jiang Wang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He moved his hand with a thought. The long sword moved 3 inches to the right, nailing itself to the ground. "Why are you hesitating?" Yu Baidu's voice said. "Aren't you going to hurry up and kill the demon? Are you going to wait for him to counterattack?" Jiang Wang didn't say a word. In the second inner mansion, the astray path that had been sealed by the absolute string divine ability for a long time had been quietly unsealed. Perhaps the time limit was up, or perhaps the distance was too far. In short, long after the face unveiling human demon had fled, it had quietly been unsealed. Under the illumination of the Scarlet Heart divine ability, the black and white light of the astray path's divine ability flickered in the 5-mansion sea, as if saying, "He had entered the astray path." At this moment, Jiang Wang chose to believe in his divine ability and deny his 5 senses. His soul shook, instantly summoning the 5 senses hell and falling into his body. Blindfold, cover his ears, hold his breath, and close his lip. His skin and hair were all fixed, and his 5 senses were all sealed. Under the state of sealing his 5 senses, Jiang Wang handed everything over to the Scarlet Heart divine ability. Heaven would one day illuminate the world, and man would one's heart illuminate himself. The tip of the sword touched the ground, and he bounced off the sword, but then turned and pounced towards Yu Baidu in midair. When his 5 senses reappeared, everything in front of him seemed to have solidified into a painting. A painting with hundreds and thousands of layers stacked on top of each other. The painting scroll was constantly unraveled and falling. Reality and illusion were separated from each other and intertwined. It was impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. Amidst these fragments of reality and illusion, Jiang Wang only kept moving forward. The sword moved forward and the man moved forward. colliding with everything, cutting apart all connections between reality and illusion. Thus, the sky became the ground, and Yu Beidou became the diviner. His position, perception, target, everything before was a mistake. Now, his sword was still pointed at the other's throat, and for the first time, the diviner's eyes showed bewilderment. The divination art, the secret art afterlife, had been broken. The scene of Jiang Wang breaking the illusion and cooperating with Yu Beidou to suppress the diviner was actually still under the diviner's control. His feelings were real, but the experience was fake. It was nothing more than an illusion created by the diviner in order to probe his trump card. After seeing through the Scarlet Heart divine ability and confirming that Jiang Wang had no other tricks up his sleeve, the diviner's final motive was triggered. He drove Jiang Wang to attack. The Scarlet Heart divine ability could indeed be untainted, but Jiang Wang's sword piercing through the diviner came from his heart. It was just that everything he saw was not real, and the diviner he attacked was not the diviner. Therefore, in a situation where he was unaware, he thought he had seen through reality and illusion and attacked the diviner. In fact, he was still led to Yu Beidou. But under the coincidence of chance, the absolute string left by the unmasked Devilman was unsealed at this time. Jiang Wang's astray divine ability returned and gave a timely warning. Thus, Jiang Wang withdrew his sword, decisively sealed his five senses, and used the Scarlet Heart divine ability to control the astray path to stab back. In the battlefield where the diviner and Yu Beidou clashed, all the coincidence of chance was, of course, premeditated. There was no luck to speak of. It was all a confrontation of divination. What surprised the diviner was not that Yu Beidou had won another step. In divination, one step won and one step lost. Sometimes it could not affect the result. What really surprised him was that Jiang Wang could react so decisively and was so confident in himself that he dared to seal his five senses at the first moment and give himself to the divine ability. Confidence was a necessary quality for the strong. But in a battle where a top-level god, a perfected person, and a blood demon were intertwined, to be able to trust his own judgment so much was really extraordinary. And for Jiang Wang, on the streets of Linzi, Yu Beidou had once led him into the future of a pedestrian. The diviner and Yu Beidou came from the same sect, so it was not surprising that they had similar methods. Detecting the problem, facing the problem, and solving the problem. That was all. Even now, thinking back, Yu Beidou might have deliberately led him on that trip to remind him of today's scene. This kind of divination was no longer enough to be described as terrifying. Jiang Wang used the Scarlet Heart divine ability to control the astray path. He knew that everything he saw and felt before had not happened. What was happening now was the real thing. Abandoning all illusions, he slashed down with his sword. He was real. His sword was real. A real touch came from the tip of the sword. It had already pierced his neck. Sorry, everyone. I'm taking a leave of absence. Maybe it's because I wrote too much in the past few months, but this month, I'm really not in a good state. I often sit in front of the computer in a daze. I sit for a long time and can't write more than a few words. I originally wanted to take a leave of absence and stop updating, but everyone said that it would be worse if I stopped. Sorry. From tomorrow onwards, I will only update at noon every day for 3 consecutive days. I will resume updating on the 26th. I will recover as soon as possible. Everyone can wait a few days and read again. I'm really sorry. Chapter 1325. The diviner was suppressed by Yu Beidou, and the golden body jade marrow was also suppressed. The Sauvignon yearning easily pierced his skin and flesh. Jiang Wang's hand was steady, and his sword was accurate. It pierced through the diviner's neck, but didn't touch his throat, injuring him but not killing him. This was the first time he had injured a divine, a rival cultivator. Although it was in such a special state, Jiang Wang remained calm. Just as he was about to pull out his sword and leave, inflicting more injuries and crippling his opponent bit by bit, his sword suddenly sank. The diviner's palm gently reached out. It wasn't fast, but it moved in a predestined trajectory and grabbed the blade, as if to wrestle with him. The suppressed golden body jade marrow couldn't resist the sharpness of the Sauvignon yearning sword. Blood flowed out from between his fingers. However, his hand was steady as well. The two forces collided, and the Sauvignon yearning sword trembled. "Good martial nephew." Ubedu's voice was low. "A trapped beast can't break out of its cage." The diviner was distracted by Jiang Wang. Ubedu, who was suppressing the diviner and blood demon at the same time, naturally took advantage of the situation to attack. The diviner's finger, which shouldn't have been injured, was proof. At this moment the situation was clear. After the afterlife was broken, and Jiang Wang had truly entered the game, the diviner couldn't see any hope of turning the tables. Ubedu used all his tricks to suppress blood demon and the diviner at the same time. Jiang Wang was loyal to himself, firm and sharp. They weren't people who would give their enemies a chance. "Is that so?" the diviner asked. His hand that was holding the sword suddenly pulled to the left. It was as if he had completely given up on fighting against Ubedu, and was only focused on fighting for this sword. The power that erupted in this instant was so terrifying that even Jiang Wang was almost knocked to the ground. Under the diviner's control, the Sauvignon yearning sword cut through half of his own neck. Blood gushed out. No, it wasn't just that. The Yunshin Temple, the 5 prefectures C, Tongtian Palace. Jiang Wang could sense the source of power in this divine arrival body collapsing. The terrifying power in this body was resolutely dissipating. It wasn't the first time Jiang Wang had seen a divine arrival cultivator die, but he was still shocked. He committed suicide. This was too surprising. How could someone like the fortune teller who viewed human lives as worthless, a top expert of the Shunlin realm, commit suicide? It was only now that Jiang Wang noticed that the fortune teller's eyes had been fixed on Ubedu ever since his sword pierced through his neck. Even when his neck was slit open, he died facing Ubedu. He died under Jiang Wang's sword, but the one he saw was Ubedu. His hatred and stubbornness had never been expressed in words. Jiang Wang could not help but glance at Ubedu. It was probably because he had finally dealt with the divination master and only needed to seal the blood demon. The pressure on Ubedu was greatly reduced. The sword fingers on his right hand were still pointing at the blood demon, but his left hand took the opportunity to wipe off some of the blood stains on his face. Then, he hurriedly made another hand seal. Then, he smiled and said, "This one-legged hero has such handsome martial arts." Jiang Wang immediately gritted his teeth. With the fortune teller dead, the ghost head blade stuck in Ubedu's forehead also slowly dissipated at this moment. Ubedu's brows relaxed. He smiled somewhat relaxedly and said, "You seem very surprised that he committed suicide?" Jiang Wang was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "It's very hard not to be surprised, right? After all, he's an expert of this level." "Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about." Ubedu's tone was relaxed. The future he saw was a dead end. There was no hope. No matter what path he took, it was only a matter of dying sooner or later. So, he made the choice that he thought was the best. That's all. Jiang Wang raised his eyebrows. The future he saw? As you think, I changed the result of his divination. Actually, it's not really a change. I just wiped out an already weak hope. Ubedu said casually. It's precisely because he was already very strong and had a deep understanding of the blood divination technique that he was so sure of the outcome. If you understand this, you won't be surprised by his suicide. Could it be that he didn't know that the result of his divination was very likely changed by you? Of course he didn't, Ubedu said indifferently. Because no one has ever been able to do this before. Jiang Wang couldn't help but lean his head back. These words were so arrogant. Is it very difficult to understand? His blood divination technique is also a divination technique that directly inquires about fate, especially since he's a top-level immortal arrival and a master of divination. If you want to change the result of his divination without being detected, you can only do something in the river of fate. And before me, no one has ever been able to do this with their insightful truth cultivation. The more he spoke, the more arrogant he became. He actually even did something in the river of fate. What is the river of fate? Jiang Wang asked. Yu Beidou said indifferently, as its name implies. Jiang Wang choked. But now, he no longer felt that there was anything wrong with Yu Beidou's attitude. After all, he was a terrifying expert who could affect the river of fate. It was understandable that he was a little reserved. He thought for a moment and asked, "Is there really a certain future?" "Why ask me?" Yu Beidou said, "If you believe in it, it's a certain future. If you don't believe in it, you can still try." "I thought you would say something like, fate is determined by the heavens or something like that," Jiang Wang said. "Would you believe me if I said that?" Yu Beidou asked back. Jiang Wang finally calmed down. He drew his sword from the diviner's hand and said slowly, "I only believe that there is a certain future, and that is the future that I'm pursuing." That's what a young man would say. Yu Beidou didn't comment. He only glanced at the dead diviner and said, "When I was young, he and I both had the same idea. Of course, I'm not saying that you will definitely be changed. It's just that." He heaved a long sigh and said with a sad expression, "This is the end of the road of divination. The further you walk down this road, the more you can't escape fate." Jiang Wang returned his sword to its sheath. He didn't understand divination, and he didn't intend to express any opinions on it. Although Yu Beidou looked very powerful, he only wanted to get his reward and hurry back to the Qi to treat his injuries. "I should go," he said. He even glanced at his storage box as a hint. "Jiang Wang," Yu Beidou suddenly said. Jiang Wang looked up. Then he heard the next sentence, "Don't blame me." Yu Beidou's left hand suddenly flipped over and pressed down. Jiang Wang's entire body fell over without any resistance. Thud! 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 Xing Si's dragonhead staff flew out of his hand and rolled a few times on the ground. Only the Sauvignon saber was still tightly gripped in his hand, as if he wouldn't let go even if he died. Then, the lively aura of life instantly withered. Even the strongest inner palace cultivator in the history of the Qing dynasty was no match for Yu Beidou. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Huai and Yu Beidou were left in the cave on the wall of Broken Soul Gorge. The pale and beardless blood demon blinked and said unhappily, "I hate you humans the most for this. You always attack when you're chatting and flip the table when you're eating." Yu Beidou was expressionless. He only said calmly, "Sometimes we only chat and sometimes we only eat. But you guys only know how to flip the table. This is the difference between us and you." "You want to say that you guys know better about hypocrisy?" Blood Demon asked. "I'm not talking about this with you," Yu Beidou said. "Are you ready?" Blood Demon smiled confidently. "It's a long process to erase me. I've been preparing. I hope you won't take a nap too." "Is that so?" Yu Beidou asked. Blood Demon suddenly felt that this question and this tone were very familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered. The same question was asked by the divination master. It happened not long ago. Then, in the next moment, the corpse that fell on top of him exploded. The explosion was so small and thorough. It exploded into a cloud of blood-colored mist that suddenly expanded and densely filled the cave. But it didn't cause any damage. It was as if the meaning of its explosion only existed in the explosion itself. The blood-colored mist flowed and twisted, vaguely forming a seal. It seemed to be communicating with some unknown place. At this moment, an old and seemingly sleepy voice rang out, "Who is calling me?" Chapter 13:26. Of course, Ubedu was already on high alert. The blood demon was also startled. The level of power he sensed from this voice wasn't at the God-descending realm or the truth-seeking realm. It was at the peak of the transcendence. A Tao-favored expert. With his ancient origins and experience, he naturally wouldn't make a mistake in his judgment. In that case, the fortune-teller's suicide wasn't the end. It wasn't him admitting defeat and leaving, but a new beginning? Using his own life as the price to summon this Tao-favored expert? The battle between the blood divination and fortune divination wasn't over. With such an imposing opening and such a mysterious question, it sounded like an ancient expert who had been sleeping for a long time. After sleeping for so many years, he was only awakened today? Who was it? The blood demon searched through the few memories he had obtained from the source, but he couldn't find anything. But in the next moment, the old and mysterious voice became puzzling. Who am I? Then, it seemed to get angry. The blood mist started to fluctuate. Who the hell is calling me? Bastard! Why don't you come out and try? Don't you have any civility? Do you want to sleep? The blood demon. Ubedu. One had an ancient origin, and the other had divined for half a lifetime. Both could be called experts, but at this moment they were both speechless. They really didn't know what to say. This Tao-favored expert's performance was far too different from what he had imagined. There was no response, and the old voice continued, muttering to itself, "What a familiar blood chi. Do I know it? It seems to be a fortune-teller. Yes, it's a fortune-teller." The old voice gradually confirmed, as if it was slowly recalling something. Then, it became indifferent. "I remember. The fortune-teller spent half his life running around, and he wanted me to give him a sword." As soon as the voice fell at this moment, the blood-red mist in the cave seemed to tremble twice. Then, it suddenly shrank and condensed. The blood-red mist actually condensed into a solid form and instantly condensed into a sword. This was a hiltless sword. From the beginning to the end, it was a sword. It was colorless and translucent. Only a vague blood 8 trigram pattern could be seen on the sword's body. It seemed to represent the fortune-teller's mark. It proved that he had once existed. Although the body is gone, although the soul is extinguished, this sword was formed from the remains of his body. In a sense, it was also carrying out his will. Thus, the sword rose. This colorless trigram sword was light when it moved. It wasn't sharp, and it didn't make any big movements. It just stood upright in the air. It was this simple vertical movement that changed everything. It was hard to describe that kind of scene, that kind of feeling. There was no sound or any other color. He couldn't see the stone walls of the cave. There was only a line of sword light standing upright, swaying in the smoke and dust. The sword light was colorless and formless. It could be said that it did not exist in the visual world. But in the world of the spiritual sense, in the world observed by the spirit, this sword light could not be ignored and could not be blocked. It was as majestic as a mountain connecting the heavens to the earth. Ubedu, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, pointed his sword rapidly. Upon closer inspection, he did not seem to have moved at all. Blood Demon, who was lying stiffly on the ground, emitted a bloody light. When he looked again, the bloody light had completely disappeared. They could not make a sound. It was as if their secret arts, moves, and all the hard work they had put in did not exist at all. They didn't seem to resist. Only the sword light was wreaking havoc. The blood demon's neck had already been cut open. Blood kept flowing, corroding the ground. After a long time, it meandered into a small stream. At this time, this bloody stream was disappearing inch by inch. If powerhouses above the divine Advent realm looked carefully, they would be able to see that threads of sword energy were gradually strangling the blood in an extremely small area. The blood beads were actually being destroyed by sword energy. The blood demon's eyes were wide open. He expressed anger and fear, and his lips were constantly opening and closing. It was unknown whether he was threatening, angry, or cursing, but it was all silent. This bloody stream resolutely retreated, constantly dissolving. Just like this, it was cleanly severed. The wound on the blood demon's neck was immediately torn open. His entire head was peeled off and then crushed. Next was the torso, and then the limbs. During this process, bloody light constantly surged from the blood demon's body, and it was continuously destroyed. Blood constantly flowed out, and it was continuously chopped to pieces. In this monotonous repetition, the blood demon was finally cleanly severed. It wasn't that it had disappeared. It was that it had been cut into too small and too fragmented. It had been reduced to 1,000th of a speck of dust, so ordinary people couldn't see it clearly with the naked eye. That was why it seemed to have disappeared. The corpses were actually piled up there, but the flesh, bones, and blood had all turned into a pile of fine powder. The sword light originally treated everything equally. It descended here and killed all living things. However, the blood demon was unwillingly blocked in front of Ubedu and took the damage, so it was cut into pieces first. This sword strike was really long. Perhaps because the details of destroying the enemy were too clear, it seemed to be long. After destroying the blood demon, Ubedu wasn't spared. The first thing to shatter was the blood bag at the back of his head. Some of the blood demon's lifeblood was still active in it, and it was still twisting and struggling. Wherever the sword energy swept, it drifted away like smoke. Then his toes and fingers, facing this sword strike, the present perfected person Ubedu's performance was slightly better. To a certain extent, he could control the steps of the destruction of his body, starting from the less important parts, but that was all. In his vision, the colorless and invisible sword light finally swept him away. The person with the highest achievement in the present world's divination technique was silently cut into pieces in the cave of the Broken Soul Gorge, just like that. Now, there were no more living things in this cave. The colorless divinatory sword was still erected in the air. The blood-red divinatory pattern was faintly discernible on the sword body, like a fish swimming in water, bobbing up and down. This sword strike will not leave even gods and ghosts. The old voice said, "Fortune teller, is this what you want?" The blood-red divinatory pattern dissipated, disappearing in the sword body. It seemed to be saying, "This is it." The old voice only left a sigh. Then, this divinatory sword formed by the disintegration of the divinatory master's corpse also dissipated. Only now did everything outside the sword light begin to return. The cave, the stone pillar, the voice, rumble. Rumble. A sword-shaped smoke soared into the sky. The stone pillar of the blood sacrifice life-locking formation, the cliff of the Broken Soul Gorge, were all shattered. The cave on the cliff was completely penetrated by this sword-shaped smoke. How high were the cliffs on both sides of the Broken Soul Gorge? They were as high as the peak of a perilous mountain that one couldn't see the top. And this sword-shaped smoke directly penetrated this side of the cliff. From bottom to top, only a sword-shaped hole was left. The smoke soared tens of thousands of feet into the sky. Only then did it stop and dissipate in spirals. At this time, if someone looked down at the Broken Soul Gorge from the sky, they would see that this steep Broken Soul Gorge was like a crack in the earth. And the cliff on the east side of the Broken Soul Gorge was left with a deep and serene hole. It was a line in the sky, an eye in the sword. Chapter 13:27. Lin Xian silently left the Broken Soul Gorge and returned to Rong alone. It wasn't that he didn't think of killing Jiang Wang or chasing after the wounded mask unveiling Devilman. The first step could kill the Tianjiao of Qi and destroy the mountain in his heart. The second step could punish evil and promote good. He could also use this to become famous and step on the corpse of the mask unveiling Devilman to let the world know him. But he gave up in the end. Of course, there were all kinds of reasons, but he couldn't deny the most important one, which was his lack of strength. Although the mask-unveiling Devilman fled in panic in front of Jiang Wang, there was no need to doubt the power of her human face. It was hard to know what other collections she had. As for Jiang Wang himself, the fact that he could scare away the mask-unveiling Devilman in such a seriously injured state was already a problem. One must know that Jiang Wang defeated Xiang Bei on the river viewing platform because of the Battle of the Spirit. Even at the moment when his body was seriously injured, Lin Xian didn't have the confidence to win the Battle of the Spirit. Of course, a person's heart had thousands of thoughts in an instant. These were only the most realistic thoughts at that moment. The impulse to attack Jiang Wang in the end had actually dissipated in the figure sitting alone. When I look at her, it's like looking up to the peak of the mountains and seeing the abyss of the Milky Way. Her height is also limitless. Back then, Zen Master Zhaowu left Mount Meru in the south. He was conceited that he was the genius of the world and wanted to discuss Zen with the nations. But when he saw Huang Weizhen, he left only this sigh that was widely spread. Today, Lin Xian only felt that this was the most suitable for his current state of mind. Although his cultivation was far from Zen Master Zhaowu's, and the current Jiang Wang couldn't be compared to Huang Weizhen, but they both looked up to the sky and felt limitless. Meeting once, one already knew the vastness of the world. The story of Zen Master Zhaowu and Huang Weizhen was a good story. 30 years after Huang Weizhen achieved Tao manifestation, Zen Master Zhaowu also achieved Tao manifestation. This was called, "Only when you see the height of the mountain, then you go to the mountain." Facing the mountain in their heart, some people were afraid of it and couldn't recover. Some people tried every possible way to destroy it. Some people calmly praised and walked towards the mountain. Lin Xian wanted to do Zhaowu. The capital of Rong was called Zhaoguang. Lin Xian had been living in this city before he came to the Riverview platform. To be more precise, it was in a courtyard in the west of the city. Other than when he went to the secret realm to cultivate, he never took a step out of the door. His whereabouts were top secret in the Rong kingdom. Rong Ting had given him the best guidance, the best sparring partner, and the best resources. Even the monarch had personally given him pointers. When he went to the river viewing platform, it could be said that he had let down the expectations of an entire country. Judging from the past years of the Yellow River gathering, with his strength, there was no doubt that he could enter the main competition. However, the intensity of the Yellow River gathering this time was one of the highest among all the previous gatherings. The quality of the inner mansion arena was the best in history. Not only did he fail to stand in front of Qi Tianjiao and show off Ronggua's might, he didn't even make it to the main competition. He didn't even get the chance to fight with Jiang Wang. Many people in the country were disappointed in him, and their complaints did not stop. However, the monarch still trusted him and relied on him. He fought with his life on the Riverview platform, showing his talent and loyalty. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. The current Emperor Rong was not a mediocre ruler. However, Rongguo in front of Qi was similar to him in front of Jiang Wang. The more mediocre a ruler, the more painful it was. The journey from the soul-breaking gorge to the Rong kingdom was not as difficult as he had imagined. He had left the soul-breaking gorge twice, and each time, he realized how powerful Jiang Wang was. However, compared to the first time when he left the soul-breaking gorge, he was much calmer the second time. The limit of the inner mansion realm was much wider than he had imagined. So, what was he anxious about before? What was he unwilling to accept? Who could compete with Jiang Qingyang on the Riverview platform? The mountain was there, and it was so high. He could settle down and walk there steadily. There was a path ahead, and it had already been taken. What reason did he have to stop? Returning to Zhaoguang City, he walked into a familiar courtyard. There was a person standing in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Hearing the noise, he turned around. It was a man dressed like a scholar, about 40 years old. Seeing Lin Xian, he smiled warmly. "You're back." This person was the Prime Minister of the Rong Kingdom, Ouyang Yong. Lin Xian cupped his hands and bowed. "Minister?" Ouyang Yong waved his hand. "There are no outsiders here. You can call me uncle." Etiquette cannot be ignored. Lin Xian insisted on bowing before saying, "Prime Minister, what can I do for you?" Ouyang Yong considered his tone and said slowly, "The battle at Xingyue Plain has begun. For now, it is a battlefield for young people. Do you want to join?" No matter how much he disliked Rongwa secretly, and how much he wanted to get rid of the suppression, Rongwa could only join Qi's side if he wanted to join the Xingyue Plain battlefield. In fact, the Rong Kingdom's participation in the Xingyue Plains was only possible under the pressure of the Qi Kingdom. Lin Xian could totally imagine how much pressure this relaxed minister in front of him had to endure to give him a choice, to let him decide whether to go or not in a battlefield for young people. Lin Xian, the #1 inner palace of Rongguo, would not be sincere if he did not join. It has always been Lin Xian's wish to fight with the heroes of the world. It is even more fortunate for a man to achieve success on the battlefield. Lin Xian said, "I am willing to go." Ouyang Yong looked at him deeply. Finally, he reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Jiang Wang is a demon and his whereabouts are unknown. Lin Xian, you are the #1 inner palace of the eastern region. Ronggua's future rests on your shoulders. Don't mind those negative voices. Just perform well on Xingyue Plain." Lin Xian bowed respectfully again. "Minister, please don't say this again." Ouyang Yong said, "You don't have to worry." His Majesty said the same thing. "I am just relaying his words." Lin Xian did not look up. He only said, "Your Majesty, please don't say this again." Surprise finally appeared on Ouyang Yong's face. "Why?" Lin Xian looked up, his expression calm. "There is Jiang Wang in the world. How can others be the #1? Ouyang Yong smiled and explained with the tone of an experienced person, "The splendor on the river viewing platform is only a moment in the long river. It cannot last forever. Compared to him, you only lack resources. Now that his whereabouts are unknown, it is the best time for your generation to rise." Lin Xian said, "I met Jiang Wang at the soul-breaking gorge." Ouyang Yong paused and then asked, "You fought?" Lin Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How can I be qualified to fight with him now?" He sighed. "I only witnessed his battle." "At the soul-breaking gorge?" Ouyang Yong frowned and asked, "With whom?" Lin Xian said slowly, 10,000 fiend demon Jing Fei, flesh-slicing demon Li Shou, unmasked demon Yan Zi, and beheading demon Huan Tao." Ouyang Yong naturally knew of the evil reputation of the 9 great demons. Many people in the world wanted to kill them. However, the 9 great demons hid their whereabouts and were difficult to track. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Yong asked, "Taking turns to fight?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, "Jiang Wang fought 1 against 4. Ouyang Yong's expression changed instantly. Although he tried to maintain a calm posture, his voice was a little strange. Did he escape unscathed? Lin Xian's eyes drooped slightly, as if he did not dare to look directly at the sun. He only said, 10,000 fiend, flesh-slicing, beheading, all died. Only the unmasked demon escaped in a panic." The impact of this news was so shocking. As the national minister of Rong, even Ouyang Yong, who was in a high position, could not help but tremble. He cried out involuntarily, "Qi is so blessed by the heavens! Is there another Jiang Mengxiong?" Chapter 13:28. Jiang Wang felt as if he had walked a very long way. Walking alone in the dark night, he didn't know how many miles he had traveled. It was impossible to count. He couldn't see the end of the road in front of him, nor could he see the road behind him. He didn't know this world from the outside, and he couldn't see the grudges between him and the people inside. He couldn't see his companions on the left, and he couldn't see anyone on the right. This feeling, it was like a feather floating in the sea, or a scale exposed to the sun on the shore. He was ignorant and had no one to rely on. He couldn't tell east from west, north from south. Jiang Wang had always been a very determined person. He knew what he had to do and how to move forward. No matter what kind of predicament he faced, he would cut through all obstacles and move forward bravely. But now, he didn't even know if he was moving forward. He was just walking all the time. But he didn't know how long he had walked and how far he had walked. He couldn't reach out to hold the sword, and he couldn't even feel his own hand. When he realized that he couldn't feel his own hand, he also realized that he was no longer sure if he was walking or not. In fact, he didn't even know when this feeling started. He only had this thought, continue to walk. With only this thought, he completely lost his perception of himself. It wasn't the kind of confusion where all 5 senses were lost, but all perception, including the 5 senses, seemed to no longer exist. Walking without hope was the most difficult, and the greatest fear came from the unknown. And this kind of loneliness where the world was dark and there was no light in this world was like a tide, almost drowning people. With every breath, the thought of collapsing was born, so the soul gradually dissipated. It was like a mountain that kept falling rocks and soil, so it gradually became thin. Withered grass killed the autumn scenery, and thin ants destroyed the dam. Young friend Jiang. In a trance, he seemed to hear a voice, echoing in the long night. It was a very weak but very long voice. In the dark night, it was originally faint and difficult to find. But it had nothing to do with the speaker. The voice itself moved forward stubbornly, like a devout believer worshipping a god, kowtowing 3 times with each step to the holy mountain. So it was finally heard. Although it was an empty world, once the voice appeared, it came. It was called the arrival of 10,000 voices. This voice awakened the ears, or in a state of unconsciousness, it reminded the existence of hearing. In short, the hearing first appeared, and the world of sound had an outline. The information brought by the voice itself feedback enriched the knowledge. As a result, his senses gradually recovered. The tide of loneliness receded. Jiang Wang opened his eyes and saw a familiar old face. He reached out to touch the sword. "Are you feeling better?" Yu Baidu looked over with a face full of concern. Very naturally, he pressed down on his hand and helped him take his pulse. "Your injuries are very serious." At this moment, Yu Baidu's hair was like silver strands and his face was like jade. His previous sorry state had completely disappeared, but his brows were tightly knitted together. "Your heart is already shattered, how could you be so careless?" There was a hint of kindness in his harsh tone, and a hint of concern in his reproach. Jiang Wang had the urge to spit at him, but he couldn't remember where that very unpleasant feeling came from. His body had just woken up from that empty state, so he wasn't able to sort out the information in time. Then, he felt strands of warm energy enter his body through Yu Baidu's hand like rain. When he looked inside, of course, he saw the pieces of a heart that had gathered together and was about to collapse. Then, he remembered his injuries, like a fish returning to the sea. All of his memories were rapidly recovering. He observed his heart and saw the threads of starlight drifting over like rain, shuttling back and forth in the heart fragments. They were actually slowly knitting them together. This was an extremely mysterious process. The threads of starlight shuttled from one heart fragment to another, and the 2 heart fragments actually fused together. Then, the threads of starlight disappeared. Knitting the heart was like knitting clothes. The rain-like strands of starlight disappeared one by one. This broken heart, however, slowly recovered until it began to beat powerfully. Thump, thump, thump. It integrated the flow of blood and provided strength to the already stiff limbs and bones. Once the source of the heart was restored, all things were reborn. Jiang Wang felt the power surging in his body again, and he also felt the world again. "I'll help you reattach your leg," Ubedu said with great concern. "Did you save your broken leg?" "It's in the storage box," Jiang Wang replied. "Give it to me," Ubedu said warmly. Jiang Wang took out the broken leg from the storage box. Ubedu reached out and took it. Without saying a word, he pressed it directly on the wound of his broken leg. Using the broken leg to hit the wound actually felt like a fierce collision between a knife and a gun. The sudden pain caused Jiang Wang's eyebrows to twitch. But in the next moment, a warm feeling replaced the pain. The scene of his heart recovering reappeared. Not long after, the broken leg was as good as new. "Come, give me your ear too. I'll treat it properly for you," Ubedu said again. Jiang Wang did as he was told and subconsciously said, "Thank you." But as soon as he said that, he felt that something was wrong. Why was my leg broken again? "You don't have to be so polite. We're friends despite our age difference. Friends should help each other," Ubedu said casually. His hands moved as before and reattached his broken ear. His heart, broken leg, and broken ear were all recovered one by one. The other accumulated internal injuries in his body were also gradually disappearing. Jiang Wang's 5 senses also became clearer. The feeling of being whole was so wonderful. It almost made him want to immediately stand up and perform a set of sword technique. So he couldn't help but look at Ubedu's throat. "Are you feeling better?" Ubedu smiled kindly and said, "Young people should pay attention to their bodies. You can't be too impulsive. Impulsiveness can easily lead to accidents, understand?" Jiang Wang thought silently for a while. Then, he looked away and began to observe his surroundings. He found that he was probably still in the cave from before, but the cave was very different now. The stone pillars, the blood demon, and the blood stream had all disappeared. There was actually a hole in the top of the cave. It pierced through the unfathomably high cliff and shone in from the distant sky. The entire broken soul gorge had been pierced through by some kind of power. Jiang Wang sat up from the ground. Ubedu was squatting next to him. His clothes were dragging on the ground. He didn't look at Ubedu. Instead, he stared blankly at the hole. This hole was only the size of a baby's fist. The walls of the cave were so smooth that there wasn't a trace of undulation. There was no sword aura or sword mark. But Jiang Wang still had a very strong feeling. This was the result of a sword piercing through the cliff. "It's very scary, isn't it?" Ubedu, who was squatting next to him, also raised his head to look at the hole. He seemed to have completely guessed what Jiang Wang was thinking and confirmed Jiang Wang's thoughts. This hole was created by a sword. Who left it behind? Jiang Wang realized that after Ubedu's palm pressed down and he fell into that state of emptiness, some kind of shocking change had occurred in the cave. But as soon as the question left his mouth, he cautiously added, "Do we know?" Ubedu didn't answer this question. Instead, he looked at the hole that shone through the sky and sighed to himself, forgetting the world and man as one. How could the 3 consummate flying swords of the past not be scary? The 3 consummate flying swords of the past? Jiang Wang's heart trembled and he became absent-minded for a moment. Ubedu turned to him and asked, "You know? I've heard of it." Jiang Wang quickly calmed down and said, "I heard that it was the 3 most powerful swordsmanship that dominated the flying sword era. They were collectively known as the 3 consummate flying swords. I just don't know which 3 consummate flying swords they are." Ubedu's tone was full of lament, as if he was reminiscing and sentimental. "One of them is called the Way of the Sword. In heaven and earth, only I am supreme. One of them is called the Way of the Sword without self. Without self, there is no enemy. One of them is called the Way of the Sword without self, forgetting the world and man as one." He looked again at the small hole at the top of the cave, his voice still filled with lingering fear. "What you see now is the result of Yen Chunwei, the head of the 9 great demons, the forgetful human demon. I've resumed my normal update today. The next chapter is being written. I'm feeling pretty good right now. Chapter 1329. Yen Chunwei. The name was warm and didn't sound like the name of a demonic man. But Jiang Wang thought of something else. He knew that Xiang Fengqi had inherited Xiang Fengqi's solipsistic way of the flying sword. Yu Beidu just said that the selfless way of the sword was mastered by the first demonic man, Yen Chunwei. In addition, there was another flying sword technique called selfless way of the sword. The army god Jiang Mingxiong's famous fist technique was called selfless killing fist. Wang Yiwu once fought with Jiang Wang with it. The name of the sword technique and the fist technique were so similar that it was hard to say that there was no connection between the two. Then he thought of Xiang Fengqi's description. His master, Xiang Fengqi, was invincible and was only one battle away from the transcendent peak. In this battle, he chose to challenge the enemy of his life. In the end, his flying sword was smashed by a punch and he died. Xiang Fengqi's faith was also shattered because he witnessed this battle, and he became muddle-headed ever since. Among all the fist users in the world, who could kill the invincible Xiang Fengqi with one punch? In Jiang Wang's limited knowledge, only Jiang Mingxiong could do it. The great warrior Wang Ao he met in the bewildering world might also be able to do it. Could it be that the one who challenged Xiang Fengqi was De Qi's army god Jiang Mingxiong? If Xiang Fengqi had to face such a person in the future, the word despair was not strange. It was even reasonable. Does the flying sword technique have successors in the present world? Jiang Wang couldn't help but ask. Yu Beidu glanced at him. You seem to be very concerned about this? Jiang Wang thought for a moment and said, If you want to charge me, I won't ask. Yu Beidu was speechless. The selfless way of the sword is mastered by Yen Chunwei. The successor of the selfless way of the sword is the once invincible Xiang Fengqi. I don't know if there are any successors now. There is no way to predict this kind of ultimate technique. As for the selfless way of the sword, he looked at Jiang Wang. You really don't know? Jiang Wang asked tentatively, Is it related to the army god Jiang Mingxiong's selfless killing fist? You still have to ask me about this? It seems like you're not really a high-ranking person in Qi. Yu Beidu smiled. The information you know depends on your real position. Although the inner mansion is the third rank in the Qi, he is still just a small arrester. I've only been an official in the state of Qi for a short period of time, so it's normal that I don't know some things. Jiang Wang wasn't provoked. But I've never heard of the war god using a flying sword. Such a peerless sword art that can suppress an entire era is naturally brilliant. There were some who inherited his Tao and carried on his name. They could also be considered illustrious. Some people carried on the path of cultivation, and their swordsmanship reflected each other's brilliance, which could be said to be dazzling. However, there is another type of person whose light is so intense that it can overshadow its existence. Yu Beidu said, Jiang Mingxiong is such a person. He sighed and said, In front of Jiang Mingxiong, how many ultimate techniques can there be that are worthy of praise? Jiang Wang didn't expect Yu Beidu to have such a high opinion of De Qi's army god. Although he acknowledged Jiang Mingxiong's strength, he couldn't help but ask, Even the ultimate techniques are not worthy of praise? In his early years, Jiang Mingxiong also used a flying sword to travel around the world. He had never been defeated by anyone in the same realm. When he became famous, he thought that the flying sword art had been eliminated by the era, and that he had reached the end of the road. So he broke the sword into a fist and started from scratch. He abandoned the Anatta sword art and cultivated the Anatta killing fist. Yu Beidu didn't continue to talk about Jiang Mingxiong's legend. He changed the topic, so, the 3 ultimate flying swords have been passed down until now. There are only 1 or 2 swords left, and the Anatta sword art has been lost. The Anata sword art of the three ultimate flying swords was indeed mastered by Jiang Mengxiong. Jiang Wang was almost certain that the opponent that Xiang Fengqi challenged was Jiang Mengxiong. In the era of flying swords, the three ultimate flying swords that dominated an era had a hint of rivalry. One could roughly tell from the aura of their swords. Especially the Anata sword art, which was known as the unique and righteous. From the previous few sword attacks, it was really sharp and invincible. One could roughly see Xiang Fengqi's personality from this. Jiang Mengxiong directly rejected the flying sword art, and even personally cut off the Anata sword art of the three ultimate flying swords. It wasn't hard to understand why Xiang Fengqi, who mastered the Anata sword art, saw him as a lifelong enemy. But to Xiang Fengqi, who watched that battle from the sidelines, how could he not feel despair if he set Jiang Mengxiong as his goal for the rest of his life? In terms of strength, Jiang Mengxiong was at the transcendent peak. He was also one of the top perfected cultivators. Not long ago, on the Sword Peak Mountain, he made the great Xia fall silent. In terms of power, Jiang Mengxiong was De Qi's god of war, the commander-in-chief, the head of the military hall, and the #1 soldier of the Tian Tuo army. In the overlord country of Qi, he was only below the Qi emperor. His personal strength, authority, and even the ability to use troops were all top-notch. Moreover, such a top-notch expert never stopped and was never satisfied. He dared to destroy the swordsmanship that had suppressed an era when he was at his peak, create the Anata killing fist, and climb to an even higher peak. It was already terrifying to have such courage. He also had such ability to truly walk a new path. There was no doubt that this was the strongest person in the world. It was a mountain that one couldn't see the end of. How could one reach it? How could one not feel despair? Therefore, he couldn't see any hope when he was drunk and passed his days in a daze. But such an escape from life, such a decadent and muddle-headed move forward. Even if he regarded himself as trash, even if he seemed to have given up on himself, he had been wandering in the eastern region, wandering not far from Qi in that case. Had that strand of obsession in his heart truly died? It was exactly not. It was precisely because he had always regarded Jiang Mengxiong as his goal that he felt despair. If he really gave up on the challenge of Jiang Mengxiong, he could set up a sword array and move forward temporarily. Wouldn't he be glorious? It wouldn't be difficult to go to a small country and become the #1 among the younger generation. It was precisely because of his obsession that he felt pain. And his obsession with an opponent like Jiang Mengxiong showed the pride in Xiang Qian's heart. Even if he was as low as the dust, there was a mountain in his heart. Although the mountain was silent, it hid a great weight. Until Jiang Wang passed by, leaving behind a ray of light, a wisp of fire, and lit up his rekindled heart. Thus, the dragon light shooting battle dared to spread its name. From then on, he tested his sword all over the world, until one day, east coming sword slashing life and death door. Then, Jiang Wang calmed his emotions and looked at the hole in the ceiling. He asked, "Is this the power of a Dao Evolver?" If the #1 person, Mo Yanchun, had the strength of a perfected lord, it would explain why the Yong kingdom had returned empty-handed. If not for the deterrence of a Dao Evolver, how could the weak Reef kingdom resist the Yong army supported by the Mahist sect? Although the Mahist sect supported Han Su's reform of the court and invested in the Yong kingdom on a large scale, it definitely wasn't to the extent of casually investing Dao Evolvers in the Yong kingdom. After all, the Yong kingdom was only the Mahist sect's first attempt at a national system. No matter how willing they were, there was a limit to their investment. Beidou shifted from a crouching position to a sitting position, sitting down next to Jiang Wang without the slightest hint of an expert's image. If he was only at the insightful realm, how could he dare to attack me, Beidou? These words were very arrogant, but Jiang Wang only remained silent, neither agreeing nor ridiculing. It seemed like he didn't want to continue the topic. After a while, Ubedu took the initiative to ask, "Don't you want to ask what happened? A senior once told me about it." Jiang Wang said, "Before my sword isn't enough to defend my principles, it's best that I learn to keep my mouth shut." Ubedu said meaningfully, "It seems you've taken it seriously." Jiang Wang's tone was normal, without any hint of resentment. "How can I not take it seriously?" Ubedu laughed. "You're truly a young man who knows how to learn his lesson. But in order to avoid being remembered by you in this manner like the senior you spoke of, I think I still have to explain a thing or two." He looked at Jiang Wang and said, "Yan Chunwei's sword didn't leave behind any gods or ghosts, severing all life. I couldn't block it, much less protect you. So I decided to kill you first, changing your fate, wiping away your life force. You can roughly understand it this way. If you're a small fish in the river of fate, when you jump out of the river's surface, to the river of fate you've already left. At that moment your state is no different from death. What I did was to make you jump out of the river's surface for a brief moment. When that sword descended, in the sense of fate, you've already died. So when that sword that wiped away your life force fell, it didn't affect you at all. And now I've only sent you back to the river of fate. You haven't revived, you've returned. You haven't died. You've only jumped out of the river of fate for a brief period of time. Now tell me, when you jumped out, what did you see?" Chapter 1330. What did I see? Jiang Wang thought of that senseless experience. He thought of that enormous sense of loneliness. He thought of the journey without any direction. In the end, he said very calmly, "Other than the feeling of my spirit gradually dissipating, I didn't feel anything else." Since he didn't feel anything, he naturally didn't know anything. His 5 senses were all empty. Of course, he didn't see anything. Ubedu was silent for a moment. He said, "I still need to apologize to you about this matter. Although I killed you to save you, jumping out of the river of fate has its own unavoidable dangers. Especially since I also have to die for a period of time and can't look after you. In terms of the river of fate, your entire life is in the river of fate. Once you leave it, you lose your entire life. Everything you built up in your life, including instincts like seeing, smelling, and hearing, will also disappear. Your body is like a bird with broken wings. Your heart is like a fish out of water." Ubedu looked up and asked, "That feeling, it must be very frightening, right? Between life and death, who can be fearless?" Jiang Wang's tone was very calm. "In the multitude of living things, I am only one of them." Ubedu suddenly laughed. "It's good that you didn't see anything. It's a good thing that you didn't see anything." He shook his head and sighed. Knowing too much is not necessarily the crux of the pain. From his tone, there seemed to be some other link to the experience of briefly leaping out of the river of fate. But Jiang Wang flipped through his memories. There was only a period of senseless loneliness and a period of pain as his spirit was gradually stripped away. Indeed, he didn't see anything. It was about the method that helped him avoid Yan Chunwei's sword. Ubedu said it very easily. It wasn't complicated to understand. But to let someone temporarily jump out of the river of fate and then send them back, such a method could really be called miraculous. It wasn't something an ordinary enlightened master could do. In the instant that palm pressed down, Jiang Wang was indeed shocked and angry. He didn't know why Ubedu suddenly attacked. He also felt that he had been deceived. But at that time, all his emotions were extinguished along with his life force by that palm. In front of a present-age enlightened master, he didn't have any room to resist. After he woke up, he returned with his senses. Of course, there was also anger. However, in the face of Ubedu, a perfected person with terrifying strength, Jiang Wang did not want to seek his own death, so he restrained himself. Hearing Ubedu's explanation, he couldn't help but ask, "Since Jinren said that you couldn't withstand Yan Chunwei's sword, why are you unscathed?" Could it be that you jumped out of the river of destiny with me just now? Ubedu looked at him for a while and laughed. Do you really think that by jumping out of the river of destiny temporarily, you can completely hide from the attention of a Dao Yen perfected lord? However, because Yen Chunhui's attention was focused on me and Blood Devil, he didn't check your condition and didn't care about your life or death. That's why your death could be established. If I jump out of the river of fate with you, then we can only die together by the riverbank. Do you know what the banks of the river of destiny look like? Jiang Wang naturally didn't know, so he could only shake his head. It's best not to know. As for why I look unscathed, Ubedu still had a smile on his face. Don't you remember what you did for me? Vital blood. Jiang Wang's mind turned slightly, and he quickly grasped the key point. He asked again. That ball of vital blood buried in the loathe point didn't come from Blood Devil, but the source of your resurrection? No. Ubedu said. If that ball of vital blood wasn't separated from Blood Devil, how could it be hidden from the fortune teller? Although my apprentice nephew's cultivation isn't as high as mine, his divination skills are profound, and he's not that easy to deceive. Jiang Wang said faintly, Am I the only one who's easy to deceive? His resentful words didn't seem to enter Ubedu's ears at all. He only continued, Blood Devil's origins are ancient, and it's the body of the emotionless Blood Devil technique that appeared in the world. It's too difficult to trace back to its origins, and it's not something I can completely destroy. Yen Chunhui stood at the peak of transcendence, and his flying sword was the strongest in the world. He shattered Shun Lin's blood body to form a sword, and it wasn't something I could withstand. Fortunately, two things happened at the same time. When I suppressed Blood Devil, I was also entangled with him. At that time, I was already prepared to use Blood Devil as a shield. When Yen Chunhui's sword flew over, he had no choice but to kill Blood Devil first before killing me. To Yen Chunhui, it was all within his sword, and there wasn't much difference, but it was different for me. Blood Devil was killed, and Blood Devil's vital blood lost its owner. I had long since hidden my soul imprint within it. When you suppressed it at the point of the innate chaos separating formation, it just happened to trigger my arrangement. When my fleshly body was destroyed, the other side had already extracted the power of the innate chaos separating formation, allowing me to borrow the vital blood to revive. In other words, Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Everything that happened in the soul-breaking gorge was within your divination? Who can calculate everything? Perhaps it was because he was more or less apologetic, but Ubedu was actually very modest this time. It's precisely because I had too many requests in the innate chaos separating formation that a loophole inevitably appeared, allowing the fortune teller to take advantage of it. He led the four great devils to gather, and put you in a life and death situation. It was precisely because you fought 1 against 4 and 1 that you jumped out of this situation, allowing me to win a crucial step. So I'm actually that important? Of course you're extremely important. Ubedu encouraged him very fervently. Never underestimate yourself at any time. You're very outstanding. And then? Jiang Wang asked. Ubedu said, And then I'm very grateful to you. The old fortune teller patted his chest loudly. I can't thank you enough. I'll remember this in my heart. Jiang Wang was expressionless. Ubedu laughed out loud. After teasing enough, he restrained his expression and asked, What do you want in return? This was the reward of a present-age perfected master. The old man sitting casually in front of Jiang Wang at this moment was the greatest practitioner of the ancient divination technique in the modern world. He was able to suppress both the Blood Devil and the fortune teller at the same time, and on top of that, he was able to face the perfected monarch Yen Chunhui, and even had the ability to interfere with the river of fate. He was definitely one of the strongest perfected masters in the modern world. What kind of benefits could he offer? How generous would his reward be? Jiang Wang was no longer a country bumpkin who didn't know how to recognize treasures. He had even entered and exited the Qi treasury. With his current level of vision, he instantly thought of many things. Ubeidu could offer too many benefits, enough to dazzle any cultivator below the god realm. As an inner mansion cultivator, even if he was number one in history, there was no reason for him to look down on him. But in the end, Jiang Wang only said, "Although I paid a blade for the talisman, your protective talisman truly helped me block the blood devil's divination. This time, although you put me in a dangerous situation, you also saved me. These two matters aren't equal transactions, but for me, we're even. You only need to give me the reward you promised me." He only wanted the portion that he deserved. He didn't want more, and he only took a small portion. Apart from this, he didn't want to have anything else to do with Ubeidu. He didn't like the feeling of being led by the nose, no matter how many reasons Ubeidu had. Once was more than enough for such a brainless cooperation. He, Jiang Wang, wouldn't entrust his life to anyone else. Ubeidu could use all kinds of tricks, but he couldn't be willing to be a chess piece. No matter how many benefits he offered, it wouldn't work. Of course, Ubeidu could hear this estrangement. But there wasn't any displeasure on his face. On the contrary, he laughed very happily. Good. Nothing good will come from getting involved with me. Jiang Qingyang, you're a man of great wisdom. This is the Tao origin stone I promised you. He reached into his bosom and dug around for a long time, dazed there. But soon, he laughed without embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. Very naturally, he took out his hand and patted Jiang Wang's shoulder. Can't you wait 2 days? What's with that look? Do you think I, Ubeidu, will go back on my word? Am I that kind of person? Ubeidu's roar echoed in the entire cavern. What swindler! Rude brat! It's not like I won't give it. What's wrong with a few days later? You're completely ignorant. Truly rotten wood can't be carved. Am I someone who lacks money? Just now, the storage box was shattered together with that physical body. What I owe you? I'm a transcendent cultivator. What I owe you? Currently, 9,978 orders. From number 60 to Wanding, today is the day. Brothers and sisters, when can we reach it? Chapter 1331. How about this? After some jesting, Ubeidu said, "The outer building level Tao technique that I promised you was originally a random one, and it might not be suitable for you. Now I'll tailor it for you. You can have any type of Tao technique that you want. What do you think of this condition and those few Tao origin stones?" "They're Tao origin stones," Jiang Wang reminded him. "And it's not just a few, it's dozens. I'm just giving you an approximate number. Do you know about imaginary numbers?" Ubeidu glared at him. "I know about imaginary numbers," Jiang Wang nodded. "It's just that if I don't object, it'll become a real number." Ubeidu flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Just tell me if you agree or not. If you don't, we'll wait for a few days." "All right," Jiang Wang said, pinching his nose. "You're really good at choosing." Ubeidu's anger disappeared instantly, and he laughed in a relaxed tone. "Kid, you have good taste. You're definitely making a profit." "I have a business in Qi," Jiang Wang said. "Huh." Ubeidu did not understand why he suddenly said this. There are all kinds of people in business. Not everyone was trustworthy, and contracts couldn't be used to restrict everything. "I've seen a lot of bad debts, and I've seen a lot of them." Jiang Wang sighed. "If you can get back some of them, it's better than nothing. What else can you do?" Yes, public morals are really degenerating day by day, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. Ubeidu did not seem to understand what he was implying, and he even sighed in agreement. In this world, people like you and me who keep their promises are rare. That's why I admire you so much and am so generous to you. Do you understand? Jiang Wang went straight to the point. I want a tracking Dao technique, and it's best if it starts from the power of the spirit. Do you have a suitable Dao technique? He looked at everything he had mastered. He now had the instant clear sky immortal technique for movement, the sword technique, the fire world, and the 5 divine powers for killing. He had also replenished a lot of spirit attacks, and the 5 secret treasures for status Dao techniques. In fact, he did not have many shortcomings. What Jiang Wang wanted to make up for the most was his tracking and stealth abilities. This way, he wouldn't easily fall into an ambush the next time he pursued an opponent like Yang Xuanzi. If an opponent like Zhao Xianyang were to pursue him, he might be able to buy some time. Tracking and concealment skills complemented each other. He was more inclined towards the tracking ability, which was essentially another form of attack in place of defense. As for the Tao of tracking, it was mostly based on the 5 senses. Grasp the clues of the 5 senses and trace back to the source. Of course, there were many top-notch secret techniques among them, but it was inevitable that there would be many similarities and they would be easily countered. If possible, Jiang Wang still hoped to make full use of the advantage of his divine soul. Based on these considerations, he put forward a rather specific request. Ubeidu didn't make things difficult for him. After pondering for a moment, he said, "What tracking Dao technique have you mastered now? Why don't you show it to us?" Jiang Wang flicked his finger, and smoke gathered at the tip of his finger. It transformed into reminiscence grass, swaying in the air. "The grade is lower than I thought," Ubeidu casually mocked. "It seems that Constable Jiang lacks experience in apprehending criminals. Qi's blue metal doesn't have any requirements." Jiang Wang didn't utter a word. He lay flat and allowed himself to be mocked. He hadn't handled many cases since he joined the force, so he didn't have much confidence to say that he was worthy of the blue medal at his waist. As Ubeidu spoke, his hands didn't stop moving. He gently reached out and grabbed the reminiscence grass condensed from the Dao technique. He quietly observed it for a while. The foundation of this Dao technique is very good. There's quite a lot of room for improvement. I can add some ideas into it. There's a secret technique that can also be incorporated into it. He described it as such, and then his 5 fingers spread slightly upward, forming a round bowl. The reminiscence grass condensed from smoke floated quietly above his palm. It looked like it was just floating, but there were subtle differences. Jiang Wang focused his attention and realized that there was a transparent cover on Ubeidu's palm that covered the reminiscence grass. With the transparent cover as the dome and the palm as the ground, it formed a small world. It was called the Square Sky and Square Earth. It stood alone in this cave and didn't belong to the same place. Within this small space of the palm, things began to change. The green grass turned yellow, withered, and grew again. From a grass seed to a wisp of withered color. The cycle of life and death happened in an instant. In the small world of the palm, the life of the green grass was played out. From the beginning to the end, it kept repeating. This was a novel scene at first, but after watching it for a long time, it became monotonous. However, Jiang Wang couldn't take his eyes off it. He vaguely seemed to have seen something, but that little bit of inspiration was always vague and couldn't be grasped. He simply didn't want to miss any details, and his intuition told him that he shouldn't miss it. Then, Ubeidu flipped his hand. Then, the sky and earth turned upside down. The small world that evolved into the green grass disappeared from his palm. Ubeidu stretched his hand in front of Jiang Wang and said softly, "Catch." Jiang Wang stretched out his hand, and a translucent ball fell into his palm. In the ball, there was a stalk of smoke grass. This translucent ball had a tangible feeling, smooth and cool. However, after it fell into Jiang Wang's palm, it actually fell, falling into his palm as if it had fallen into water. Jiang Wang's palm was just like the surface of a lake. The small ball kept sinking, and just like that, it disappeared from his palm and sank into the water. At the same time, in Jiang Wang's heart, lines of Tao formulas quietly flowed through. This was a brand new remembrance, a tracking Tao technique at the outer building level. How is it? Yu Beidu looked at him proudly. This technique can be considered the best in the outer building level, but if there's a confrontation, the soul can detect it. If it doesn't stop within 3 days, it can be chased for thousands of miles. You've struck gold. In Jiang Wang's opinion, this Tao technique was very similar to Lin Yuxi's family's Nianchen. However, the Nianchen technique was like the heart, and its fundamental principle was to leave a mark on the target. However, Yu Beidu's newly evolved remembrance technique was to engrave the knowledge of the target at the level of one's own soul, thus forming a connection at the soul level. Comparatively speaking, the Nianchen technique was more precise and could last longer. The remembrance technique was more subtle. After carefully analyzing it, Jiang Wang nodded and said, "It's not bad." He stood up without hesitation. "Zhenren Yu, let's part ways here." "Hey, wait." Yu Beidu stretched out his hand and pulled him back to sit beside him. "Young man, how can you burn the bridge after crossing it?" "I haven't finished speaking." In front of Yu Beidu, Jiang Wang naturally had no room to resist. Being pressed to the side, he could only sit. However, his voice was very calm, neither servile nor overbearing. "I thought that we've settled the matter, and that we don't owe each other anything." Sigh. Yu Beidu looked distressed. "It seems that you still have a problem with me, and you still hold a grudge against me." "The word grudge is a little too heavy," Jiang Wang said seriously. "Jiang Wang is just self-aware. I admit that I don't have the ability to interfere in your affairs, and I don't want to risk my life again. You may have your mission and responsibilities, and you may be great and profound, but I also have my own path to walk." Yu Beidu suppressing the blood demon and killing the fortune master was undoubtedly a righteous act. However, Jiang Wang also had his own life. He had no elders and no backing, so he had to take responsibility for himself. "I understand." Yu Beidu no longer teased him, and his gaze fell not far in front of him. "I actually don't have anything else to talk to you about. I just want to talk to you, probably because I'm old. Or are you in a hurry?" Jiang Wang remembered that the place where Yu Beidu's gaze fell was where the blood demon and the fortune master had been lying. Of course, there was no trace of them now, as they had all disappeared in Yan Chunwei's sword. At this time, Yu Beidu seemed to have stripped away the aura of a powerhouse, and actually gave people the feeling of a lonely old man. "What do you want to talk about?" Jiang Wang relaxed his body's resistance, and his sitting posture also relaxed a little, and said frankly, "I'm now chatting with you as a junior to a senior. If there's anything I feel I shouldn't hear, I'll leave immediately. Please understand." Once bitten, twice shy. Yu Beidu laughed self-deprecatingly. "People like me are really annoying. Just because I can see a little bit of the future, I recklessly fiddle with the game of chess. Doing something I think is right, and ignoring other people's feelings. Very annoying, right? It's inevitable that you'll avoid me like a snake or scorpion." Jiang Wang thought that this Shinran Yu wasn't that ignorant. On the surface, he only said, "It's me who's timid and cautious. I've let you laugh at me." Yu Beidu kept looking at the empty ground, and it was unknown whether he was looking at the blood demon who had disappeared, or at the fortune master. He seemed to be equally indifferent to both of them. Yu Beidu didn't continue this topic, but started his story with a question. "Do you know what the divination technique is?" Jiang Wang thought for a while and shook his head. Other than knowing that this was a very ancient divination technique, and that Yu Beidu had inherited this technique, he knew nothing else. He really didn't know what he could talk about with Yu Beidu. The divination technique is a technique to look into the future. In a very, very ancient era, there was no future to speak of, at least for the human race. Innumerable humans reproduced in this world. For tens of millions of years, life and death were like the lives of plants and trees. The spring breeze was born and the wildfire burned out. Humans were born and died one after another. When they came, they didn't bring anything to this world, and when they left, they didn't leave anything to this world. Leaving and leaving no traces, this continued for tens of millions of years. Among the countless mediocre humans, there was one person who stood out from the masses. He raised his head and took a look. He saw the faint light of the sky, and a slightly different path ahead. So this person said, "Can we try to walk in this direction?" This was the origin of the divination technique. Ubedu said slowly, "That person was called Bulien. He was one of the 8 virtuous ministers of the human sovereign Swirenshi. He was in charge of the shaman Zhu and prayed for blessings. Because he was the first to enlighten the human sovereign, he was also known as the human sovereign's master." The long river of time surged like this: the ancient era, the middle era, the recent era, and the modern era. Every great era was magnificent and boundless. It could also be specifically divided into many small eras according to the time and the situation. For example, the Flying Sword era and the Immortal era were all included in the recent era. The ancient era was the era when the demon race ruled the world, and it was also the longest era to date. The beginning of the era was already untraceable, and there was no way to verify how long it had been. At that time, the human race's Tao meridians were generally blocked, and only a very small number of geniuses could cultivate. The first human sovereign Swirenshi rose from the difficulties, and he protected the human race and struggled to survive. He was assisted by the 8 virtuous ministers, and they fought against the evil world together. Bulien was one of the 8 virtuous ministers. His virtuous reputation spread far and wide, and he was known as the human sovereign's master. Although the information of that ancient era had withered, and many deeds were like smoke. However, Jiang Wang still knew the name of a big shot like Bulien, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The origin of this divination technique was truly astonishing. It was no wonder that Ubedu could calculate the blood devil, Yan Chunwei, and the diviner and him, Jiang Wang, and calculate everything in this broken soul gorge and control the overall situation. This series of divinations was, of course, marvelous, but compared to Bulien divining the future of the human race and enlightening the human sovereign, it was nothing. From this perspective, the weight of Ubedu as a perfected being needed to be re-evaluated. After all, the divination technique was ancient, and it had lasted for several eras. Senior, you are the descendant of a sage, and you have inherited this supreme technique. Jiang Wang was disrespectful. Jiang Wang cupped his hands and said, "The sage of the predecessor may not necessarily be the successor. What is there to be respectful about?" Ubedu said casually, "The divination technique is too ancient, and it has experienced too much. Of course, it has a glorious past, but we have to face the present." Jiang Wang was puzzled. "The present? It is time for it to end," Ubedu said faintly. Jiang Wang was especially puzzled by this. Ubedu had divined for half a lifetime, and he had calculated everything. As one of the strongest perfected beings in the world, his divination technique was so powerful that even Yan Chunwei, a perfected lord of the Tao, could avoid it. Why did he say it was time for it to end? Why is that? Jiang Wang asked. Ubedu smiled. Since the sage divided the galaxy, consolidated the stars, and connected karma and fate, it has evolved to the present. The divination technique has become orthodox, and it is very popular. As for the divination technique, long before this, it has already become the dust of history. The divination technique became orthodox, and it completely replaced the divination technique's position. This was a secret that Jiang Wang had never heard of, and it was the undercurrent that flowed in time. It was the innovation of the divination technique, and it was also a great corner of this world. However, Ubaidu's smile did not seem bitter at all, and it could even be said to be very cheerful, but it made people feel bitter for no reason. It shouldn't be like this. Jiang Wang spoke honestly about his inner feelings. The divination technique has contributed greatly to the human race, and it shouldn't be the dust of history. Moreover, it has been passed down to this day, so why can't it continue to be passed down? Perfected person, you are so good at divination, so why can't you carry forward this path? It's good to be young. Ubaidu laughed very happily. After laughing for a while, he said, since ancient times, how many heroes have died and their souls have been destroyed? How many great achievements have dissipated like smoke? How many divine skills and treasures have been lost in the sea of people? Those who should go will go, and those who should die will die. Why should the divination technique be an exception? Jiang Wang thought for a while and said loudly, after all, the sage once used the divination technique to enlighten the human emperor, and it has contributed greatly to the human race. Do you know how Bulian, the founder of the divination technique, died? Ubaidu asked. Jiang Wang certainly did not know about the important figures of the ancient times. He could only shake his head. The history books won't tell you, and the predecessors won't tell you, but the river of fate remembers. Ubaidu had an inexplicable smile on his face as he announced the truth of history. Bulian was killed by the human emperor in the end, and it is said that the human emperor killed the human emperor's teacher. 2 chapters combined into one, and one of them is to supplement the single chapter from a few days ago. I feel that my poor condition shouldn't be a reason to take leave, and I feel a little better. There are still 2 chapters left. Chapter 1332. Bulian, the teacher of the human sovereign and one of the 8 virtuous ministers of the ancient era, was killed by the human sovereign Swirenshi? This secret caused Jiang Wang to be at a loss for words. How great were the human sovereigns of the past! Swirenshi was the first human sovereign of the human race to be the first human sovereign. This great existence. He led the human race to rise from their predicament, broke through the endless darkness, and announced the end of the ancient era. He was so great that he naturally could not have a trace of stain on him. Therefore, the human sovereign killed the human sovereign's teacher, was not passed down through the ages, and could not be seen in any history books. It was only heard from Ubaidu today. Why? Jiang Wang could not help but ask. The historical secret lost in the long river of time had its own soul-stirring charm, making people want to find out the truth. In the development of this world, the glorious, great, and brilliant, as well as the dark, painful, and tragic, were all mixed in the long river of history. The story of how the human race walked out of the Dark Ages was a great epic poem. When people of today looked back at history, they were fascinated. The heroes of the past, the way mountain of today. They wanted to know how greatness became greatness. They wanted to know how everything that they were used to today became reality. Who could resist the desire to know about history? The human sovereign killed Bulian, and it was not passed down to the world. In all kinds of secret information, there are many reasons why the human sovereign killed Bulian, and no conclusion can be reached. My lineage inherited the divination technique. The information I saw in the River of Destiny was like this, Ubaidu said. In that dark era, the human race grew stronger under the leadership of the human sovereign. They began to fight for more power under the sky, and the conflict with the demon race intensified day by day. Ancestor Bulian, who divined the future for the human race, spent a lot of effort at that time. He divined 9 times in a row, and the divination was the same. The destiny was with the demon race. He believed in the future he saw and urged the human sovereign to go into hibernation. But it was clear that the future he saw and believed in was not the future the human sovereign hoped for. And as the human sovereign's teacher, the sage who had enlightened the human sovereign and guided the human race, the first human to peek into the river of destiny. Bulien's influence in the human race was beyond doubt. Therefore, the human sovereign killed Bulien and made up his own divination. He said that Bulien used death as a divination to calculate the destiny of man and initiated the war with the demon race. Ubedu slowly finished speaking and shook his head. Of course, the final result is already known to everyone. The result of the Great War in ancient times was naturally that the human race dominated the world and the demon race was chased out of the world. Since then, the ancient era had begun. In the middle of the ancient times, Yu Xiong, the human emperor, joined forces with 3 Tao masters to build the gate of all demons and completely cut off the hope of the demon race returning to the human world. Since then, the ruler of the present world had been blocked behind the door of 10,000 demons and posed no real threat to the human race. They were even regarded as resources, and human armies were constantly plundering them. It could be said that man's will triumphed over nature. Speaking of Bulien's death, Ubedu's tone did not contain any resentment. Although he had inherited the fate divination technique, he was born as a human. He couldn't deny the great achievements of the human sovereign Swirenshi. In the end, the battle during the ancient times proved that Swirenshi was right. Jiang Wang was silent. History proved that the human sovereign Swirenshi naturally led the human race to the right path. However, in that ancient era, Bulien also did his best to divine for the human race. He also saw the future that he believed to be true and insisted on the right path that he firmly believed in, and this sage's certainty had led him to his death. After listening to this story, Jiang Wang suddenly understood the sentence that Ubedu had said, "The further you walk on this path, the more you can't escape fate." It was because divination was at a dead end. The fortune diviner was like this, Bulien was like this in ancient times, and now Ubedu was like this too. Ubedu's voice continued, "Even a sage like Bulien could die, so what reason is there for the fate divination technique to continue? Aren't you still here?" Jiang Wang asked. "But the river of fate has already rejected me." Ubedu still had a smile on his face. "Otherwise, why do you think I can't attain the Tao?" With such a smile, he said, "It's not that I can't attain the Tao, it's just that the heavens won't allow me to succeed. Otherwise, what about Yan Chunwei? What about Jiang Mengxiong?" This shameless old swindler was really arrogant when he became arrogant. However, Jiang Wang couldn't help but admit that this person did have the right to be arrogant. "I think," Jiang Wang said, "even if the star divination technique has become the current orthodox technique, the fate divination technique can still exist. The path of cultivation should be full of flowers." "You're so silly that you're cute." Ubedu smiled and said, "This is different from ordinary cultivation. There can only be one authoritative explanation about the future. Whoever explains the will of the heavens will occupy the orthodoxy. This is the cruelty of the Tao of divination. So those successors of the star divination technique have been chasing you all this time. They want to exterminate the fate divination technique?" Jiang Wang asked. Ubedu snorted. "What's the use of killing me, Ubedu? They only want to do one thing, and that is to expel the fate divination technique from the river of fate. And this matter was already successful 10,000 years ago." Jiang Wang couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. "Then if the fate divination technique had already been expelled from the river of fate and couldn't pry into fate, then why was the fate divination technique still around? Why was Ubedu still around? Why was he still able to calculate everything? I'm a fish that escaped the net, an amphibious frog that swam between the shores." Ubedu said, "I'm a mistake and also an end. I'm a mistake, and also an end." This was an extremely cold sentence. When Ubedu said these words, he was too calm. What was it like when he accepted these words back then? He kept saying that Jiang Wang was too young, that it was good to be young, that people were like this when they were young. What about when he was young? The Yu Beidu who said, "What about Yan Chunwei? What about Jiang Mengxiong?" seemed to be just a silhouette among the countless Yu Beidu in the past. It was just a glimpse. The current Yu Beidu was a little old man who could lie down on the ground at any time and extort money from a knife or two. Jiang Wang said seriously, "You're an otherworldly expert. Just the matter of sealing the blood demon is your contribution to the human race. I don't think you're the one who made the mistake, you're the one who corrected it." Yu Beidu laughed. "I don't need you to comfort me. Besides, I'm not doing this wholeheartedly for the sake of the public. I want to use the sealing of the blood demon to erase the mistake of my lineage. I also want to use the source of the blood demon to block Yan Chunwei's sword." Jiang Wang asked, "The mistake you're talking about is—" "There's no harm in talking about it." Yu Beidu looked at the place where the fortune-teller disappeared, his eyes momentarily absent-minded. "My senior apprentice brother is a genius, a true peerless genius. Since we were young, he's always been more dazzling than me. He realized the end of the fate divination technique earlier than me, and knew that the path ahead was irreversible. And he and I are just our master's final struggles. I stuck to tradition and accepted reality, but my senior apprentice brother wasn't willing to accept this. He's always been looking for a way to break the fate divination technique and reinterpret the river of fate. In the end, with his peerless talent, he created the blood divination technique on the basis of the fate divination technique. This blood divination technique is the biggest mistake of my lineage. Last night, Wan Ding. Although we had a bad start. But from the moment we opened the book until now, the average number of subscriptions has been rising every day. It's not rising fast, especially after a few million words, and the cost of full subscriptions is very high, but it's never stopped. More and more readers are joining us and exploring this world with us. From 60 subscriptions to Wan Ding, and it's a 3 million word Wan Ding. I wonder who else is like us? The Red Heart readers are really amazing. I won't say too many words of thanks, but please look at my performance in August. I'll work hard. In addition, please pay attention to the Chidian Reader Circle's thank you activity. There will be Red Heart readers giving out mugs, signage for the main character, and so on. There will also be a physical copy of the book, Journey to the West, signed by me. It's equivalent to reading more than 100,000 words. All genuine readers can participate. Chapter 1333. It was hard to imagine just how much of a genius the arrogant old man Yu Beidu regarded as a peerless genius was. They only knew that this person had indeed found a way to break out of the path of fate divination, but it had caused their lineage's greatest mistake. They had probably divined countless times about the path of fate divination. Those who refused to face the result had walked down the wrong path. So could they really only accept the result of their fate? What's the difference between blood divination and fate divination? Jiang Wang asked. Yu Beidu said, "If fate is a long river, fate divination is to jump out of the water and observe the flow of the river from the shore, spying on the life and death of every fish in it. On the other hand, blood divination is based on the connection between every fish and the river of fate. By killing a fish, one can use the ripples it creates in the river of fate to observe the river of fate for a short period of time. From a certain perspective, blood divination is a branch of fate divination. The biggest difference is that fate divination uses one's own body to observe the river of fate, while blood divination uses a person's life as the will of heaven." Yu Beidu's explanation was simple and clear. He clearly explained the similarities and differences between fate divination and blood divination. Teaching the Tao was a manifestation of one's ability. To be able to explain this level of Tao path so clearly, it was enough to show his strength and foundation. He was someone who could truly pass down Tao teachings and establish a sect. Unfortunately, fate divination was no longer passed down. Can we understand it this way? Jiang Wang said, cultivating fate divination, the stronger one's cultivation is, the longer one can leave the water and observe the river of fate for a longer period of time. Cultivating blood divination, the stronger one's cultivation is, the larger the ripples created for every fish killed. Thus, one can see more changes in the river of fate. Yu Beidou nodded, exactly. Fate divination is the diviner's own risk, while blood divination uses the lives of others to create ripples. Jiang Wang said, in that case, it's indeed an evil technique. From a certain perspective, he has indeed opened up a new world for fate divination. Yu Beidou said, the process of jumping out of the river of fate is dangerous. You've already experienced it. This was because a fish could not leave the water. Life was a part of fate. Leaving the river of fate was a risk in itself. Almost every generation, there would be a successor of the fate divination technique who would never return after leaping out of the river of fate. As for the blood divination technique, it completely shifted this danger away. To the diviner, this was of course a good thing. But to the human race, it's a poison sac. Jiang Wang listened quietly. My senior apprentice brother said that the fortune teller is the forerunner, so of course, he shouldn't be sacrificed. There were always people who were willing to sacrifice and should sacrifice themselves. But humans, once they have the thought of sacrificing others, their roots will rot. Yu Beidou said, in the beginning, he would pay a suitable price for those who were willing to die. Later on, he went to catch people who deserved to die and used sinners' blood to perform divination. But who deserved to die and who didn't? How could there be a fair answer? The standard of deserve to die kept changing and lowering. Later on, when there was an emergency, he would just grab a random person. Who to sacrifice and how to sacrifice will all be decided by the diviner. Once this blood-seizing technique was passed down, it would be extremely poisonous. Even with my senior brother's strength and temperament, he is unable to control himself. What can the other people in the world do? Some cages, once opened, can never be closed again. Jiang Wang could completely understand these words because his hometown, Maplewood City, was sacrificed in this way. Compared to the blood-seizing technique, Maplewood City was the fish that was killed. When Zhuang Gaoxian sacrificed Maplewood City, he also used the future of Zhuang country as an excuse. Sacrificing oneself was a kind of greatness, but sacrificing others was a kind of crime, no matter how dignified the reason was. Of all the evil techniques in the world, there is nothing more evil than blood-seizing. Jiang Wang said, your senior apprentice brother has already been bedeviled. I completely believe that in the beginning, he only wanted to break the life-seizing technique's path. He just didn't want the glorious history to come to an end, and he didn't want our efforts to be just a bubble in the end. But he forgot. When the life-seizing technique was first created, it was to help the human race. In order to enlighten the human race's future, the life-seizing technique was created. It wasn't to force others to sacrifice themselves from the beginning. Killing people in order to find a way forward, this kind of blood-seizing technique is fundamentally wrong. Yu Beidou said, he cultivated the life-seizing technique for 300 years, but after creating the blood-seizing technique, it only took him 3 years to go from treading on thin ice to being unscrupulous. When sacrificing others becomes a habit, he won't be aware of it. The poison of blood-seizing technique is killing human nature. Jiang Wang was silent. Yu Beidou's description gave him a lot to think about. In this world, there were many people who didn't see themselves as humans, and there were even more who didn't see others as humans. He had seen too many along the way. Cultivation was to transcend the mortal world, to get rid of the impurities, to have extraordinary courage, responsibility, and compassion. It shouldn't be about being high and mighty. In terms of effect, the blood-seizing technique can't see as far as the life-seizing technique. But when it's specific to each person, it can often be more accurate. In terms of price, the blood-seizing technique almost doesn't require the diviner to pay any price. It's just that from the perspective of the diviner, blood-seizing technique is better than life-seizing technique. There's an endless stream of people who harm others and harm themselves. If harming others can benefit oneself, this technique has been hard to stop since time immemorial. Ubedu sat cross-legged, immersed in the past. His tone carried a sense of melancholy. The night the blood-seizing technique was completed, I saw that the river of fate was stained with blood. At that time, I silently told myself that this was a wrong path, and that I had to correct it. But do you know how I killed my senior brother? Jiang Wang knew that Ubedu didn't ask this question for an answer, but for him to listen. Thus, he listened carefully. Ubedu's eyes drooped slightly. He didn't guard against me. Ubedu only said this about his senior brother's death. But all the complications and suffering were included in this. Jiang Wang naturally knew now that Ubedu had killed his senior brother with his own hands. Moreover, he had been pursuing the fortune-teller all these years, wanting to sever the blood-seizing technique. This was Ubedu's choice from the standpoint of the human race, based on the tradition of the life-seizing technique. But what about from the standpoint of his senior brother? That peerless genius was only unwilling to see the life-seizing technique disappear, unwilling to walk to the end of the road. That was why he tried to open up an unprecedented path. In order to open up a new path, he must have suffered a lot and put in a lot of effort. In the end, he succeeded. Who would he share his joy with? His master, his junior brother, the person he thought was on the same path, even to the point that he had clearly walked on a different path. To be able to open up a path like the blood-seizing technique, he should be someone who was indifferent to worldly affairs, someone who viewed the common people as grass. However, he didn't guard against Ubedu, and in the end, he died in Ubedu's scheme. Humans were truly complicated. It wasn't just Ubedu or his senior brother who felt complicated. Including the fortune-teller, who could be an exception. No matter how one looked at it, the fortune-teller deserved to die 10,000 times over. But from the perspective of the fortune-teller himself, his master had clearly opened up a new path for the life-seizing technique. He was an amazing person who founded a sect, but he was plotted against and killed by his martial uncle who was jealous of his talent. How could he not feel hatred? Until his death, he stared at Ubedu without closing his eyes. Whatever poison sac or cage, he only felt that they were excuses. From his point of view, Ubedu was a despicable person who was jealous of others' talents. He didn't hesitate to become a devil man and sacrifice himself to the sword, just to complete this revenge. When he casually used people's lives as divinations, when he sent people to massacre the Azure Cloud Pavilion in order to seek the blood of balance, would he feel that he was doing something wrong? I forgot to mention at noon that the Chidian Readers Circle will send physical copies of Journey to the West and Red Heart peripherals as a token of appreciation, starting in August. Don't worry if you haven't found the operation is preparing. Chapter 1334. Jiang Wang had considered similar questions before, and the answer had always been there. He once asked Yi Qingyu, doing the wrong thing for the right purpose. Is that right? At that time Yi Qingyu replied, since you know it's wrong, how can it be right? It was impossible to achieve the right result with the wrong method. This was what Jiang Wang had always believed. Therefore, at least at this moment, between Mingzhan and Shuizhan, he was on Ubedu's side. He sat upright and looked at Ubedu. At this moment, Ubedu's expression was complicated. All sorts of emotions were mixed together. There was pain, there was reminiscence, there was determination, but there was no regret. Just like what he had told the fortune-teller, Even if he could do it all over again, he would still kill his senior brother. Perhaps there was no single standard for right and wrong. Sometimes it was just two paths that extended together and collided with each other. There was only one path to continue forward. There was no love or hate. Since they had already come this far, they could only continue on, even if it meant that one of them would fall in the end. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and asked, "What about astrology?" "Indeed, I don't know much about it. What's the difference between this and blood possession?" Ubeidu seemed to have the intention of saying everything he knew. He casually explained, "Fate is still the long river, and the living beings of the world are the fish in the river. The biggest difference in the art of astrology is that the sages of this path anchored the stars, divided the star regions, and even revolutionized the path of cultivation, allowing cultivators to cultivate without learning any supernatural powers. Everything in the river of fate was reflected in the stars. The path of fate shone with the starlight. The more cultivators who reached the outer sect, the deeper this connection became. On the other hand, the more advanced the art of astrology was, the more people would understand the starry dome. The path of the outer tower would be more stable, and it would be easier to establish the outer tower. Therefore, the art of astrology would develop together with the cultivation world, and it would have a boundless future. Thus, it was acknowledged by all parties and became orthodox. A long history had developed, and the stars had shone for eternity. Time had passed, and the years had turned to the present. The accuracy of the star divination technique even surpassed the fate divination technique. However, the difficulty of its divination was far lower than that of divination. Even if we compare it from the price of divination, a diviner who cultivates in the art of divination only has to look up at the sky of stars in the river of fate and investigate and calculate the connection between the stars and fate. There's no need for them to take the risk of leaping out of the river of fate, nor do they have to rely on killing other fish to create wave. From Ubeidu's words, it was not difficult to feel that he had a very deep understanding of the art of astrology and expressed it very clearly. As for Jiang Wang, after understanding the star divination technique, he also understood why the ancient and glorious fate divination technique had actually become the dust of history. Why was it that even someone like Ubeidu did not have the will to fight back? This was because the art of astrology had indeed surpassed the art of astrology in all aspects. It was also connected to the path of cultivation of the human race and complemented each other. Even the blood divination technique, created by senior brother Ubeidu, could at most occupy a corner of the star divination technique, and it was impossible to replace it. From the life divination technique to the blood divination technique, it was a fork in the Tao. And from the art of divination to the art of astrology, it was a revolution of the Tao. The torrent of the era rolled in, and no one could stay out of it. They could only join in and could not be stopped. Any existence that stood in the way of the torrent would be destroyed by the power of new life. Even Ubeidu's astonishingly talented senior brother was no exception. Just like embracing the great illusionary land, Jiang Wang would undoubtedly also choose to embrace the star divination technique. The ancient glory was only glory. Everyone who was ambitious in the former had to firmly walk towards the future. So that's how it is. Jiang Wang said sincerely, "No wonder a powerhouse like you can only accept reality. The star divination technique is indeed a way to replace the old with the new. It has too broad a future." Ubeidu asked in a joking tone, "Young man, don't you want to challenge it?" Jiang Wang shook his head very straightforwardly, "No, I don't want to." Ubeidu looked at him with an encouraging gaze. "You are the number one inner palace since ancient times. Extraordinary people should do extraordinary things. Evolving fate divination technique and reversing star divination technique, what do you think? Isn't it a great undertaking?" They had already agreed before that he would not listen to dangerous things. Jiang Wang stood up decisively. The green mountains do not change, and the green waters flow forever. Master Yu, we will meet again someday. Ha 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 ha. Ubedu laughed inexplicably, but he did not stop him. He only flicked his finger. Take this with you. A Qi Dao coin flipped in the air, drawing a clear arc and falling in front of Jiang Wang. He caught it. This is a gift. Ubedu was still sitting on the ground. He smiled and waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. Jiang Wang held the coin and stopped in his tracks. He thought for a moment and asked, Actually, I have a question for you. Between you and Xiang Fengqi, who is said to be invincible in the insightful truth realm, who is stronger? It's rare for someone to ask me such a boring question. Ubedu thought for a moment and said somewhat seriously, in the insightful truth realm, Xiang Fengqi's killing power is number 1. Until now, I haven't seen anyone surpass him. It might take another 10 years for a successor to surpass him. My calculation power is number 1 in the insightful truth realm, and it has been the same for thousands and tens of thousands of years. I'm probably not as good as him when we meet on a narrow path and fight within a square inch. Both sides draw their stances and use heaven and earth as a game to determine life and death. He's definitely not as good as me. Senior's strength makes me look up to you like a high mountain. Jiang Wang flattered him a little and then said, I have another question. He shook the coin in his hand. I wanted to ask before, how did you find me with this coin? He asked this question because he wanted to find a solution. When he was hiding, he did not want to be found by anyone. This had nothing to do with whether Ubedu was good or bad, or whether he had good intentions. Ubedu said casually, it was through the string of marriage. Jiang Wang was shocked. That's not right. I found you through the string of karma. We have the karma of redeeming the amulet. Ubedu looked at him mischievously. What? A slip of the tongue has made you so nervous. Do you have a sweetheart? Are you afraid I'll randomly match you? He seemed to be interested, and he stretched out his 5 fingers and slightly staggered them. Let me calculate who it is. Farewell. Jiang Wang cupped his hands, and the ends of his hair flung in a straight line in the air. He turned around and strode away. Involving karma was absolutely not a problem he could solve. He could only leave it for later. Moreover, Ubedu had hinted that the karma between the two sides had been cleared. He probably wouldn't look for him again. Thus, he didn't feel like continuing to stay here and be ridiculed. Still sitting on the ground, Ubedu looked at the back of the young man who hurriedly left and suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter didn't stop for a long time. Chapter 1335. The old man's laughter echoed a few times in the empty cave. His laughter should have been extremely carefree, but it was as sad as a withered owl. If the divination technique wanted to restore its glory, it had to overturn the divination technique. Furthermore, because the divination technique overlapped with the cultivation system of the modern world, it had to break the existing order. Or it could be said that it had to at least create a worldwide disaster and disturb the stars that had already been anchored in order to see a bit of hope. Ubedu would not do that, so he chose to accept the final result. He jokingly asked Jiang Wang if he wanted to give it a try because the number 1 inner house disciple in history was still very young and had endless possibilities and hope. Perhaps he could really find his way. But Jiang Wang seriously refused, so he let it go. The divination technique had already sacrificed too much by struggling until now. There was really no need to sacrifice more. He laughed. Rather than laughing at the embarrassed young man who left, it was better to say that he was laughing at himself. Flowers could bloom again, but people could not be young again. After laughing, he let it go. Ubedu closed his fingers and messed up the divination. He still looked at the place where the divinator disappeared and finally stopped hiding his sadness. He muttered, You want to kill me, but you also want to use the origin of the blood demon to perfect your divination technique. How could it be so easy? He has the chance to do the method left by my senior brother, but you are far from it. Xiao Feng. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Whether it is me or the origin of the blood demon, how could we be calculated by you? Even I can't calculate everything. When the word everything was abruptly emphasized, Ubeidu's left eye suddenly opened wide and turned blood red. With the pupil as the center, the blood vessels shot out in all directions like a blooming flower. It was extremely fierce and terrifying. But immediately, a black and white 8 trigrams pattern appeared and pressed down on the left eye, suppressing the surging and spreading blood-red color. The blood vessels that were like blooming flower petals were forced back little by little. The blood-red color in this eye was like a rushing tide, constantly surging and attacking, but it could not break through the defense of the 8 trigrams pattern. Finally, the stalemate calmed down. But at the same time, a voice sounded. How is it? Is this body useful? It was the voice of the blood demon. Throughout the battle between Ubeidu and the diviner, the blood demon had been suppressed by Ubeidu from the very beginning, so he did not have much of a presence. However, how could it be weak when it was able to restrain the majority of Ubeidu's power? It had fled all the way from the Rong state to the Broken Soul Gorge before being suppressed by Ubeidu. How could it be simple? It was able to pass down its inheritance through the ages, making it difficult for others to trace its origins. How could it not have any methods? Blood demon should not be underestimated. The divination master had used his peak divine descent cultivation to attempt to include the blood demon and Ubeidu. He had indeed made many arrangements. He brought the 4 great human demons, buried Fat Zheng and Skinny Li as pawns, set up the blood sacrifice life lock formation, and brought the ancient stone altar. After all of his methods were neutralized, he directly committed suicide, causing Yen Chunwei to attack him with his sword. He wanted to perish together with Ubeidu. He regarded the blood demon suppressed by Ubeidu as nothing. He thought that he could easily trace the source of the blood demon with the method left behind by his master, complete the blood occupation, and ascend to truth understanding. However, he had forgotten how terrifying the blood demon was to be able to create an opportunity for him in front of the terrifying Ubeidu. Ubeidu had calculated everything and suppressed the divination master at every step. However, he did not have enough understanding of the blood demon. After all, the origin of the blood demon was too ancient and too mysterious. Even in the river of fate, there were not many traces of it. How could there be no price for borrowing the blood demon's lifeblood to revive? The blood demon that was killed by Yen Chunwei was only a puppet named Lu Huai. The true origin of the blood demon was still spying on the world from that ancient place. It could even be said that the ball of lifeblood that was given out was the blood demon's own scheme, deliberately giving Ubeidu an opportunity to set up a trap. He wanted to find a substitute body to appear in the world. How could Lu Huai, Jingyi, and even Yang Jianda, who suppressed the blood demon technique with his powerful willpower, compare to the current enlightened master Ubeidu? The blood demon's body blocked Ubeidu without any resistance and was destroyed by Yen Chunwei's sword. It looked like Ubeidu used it as a shield, but it was actually to protect himself. The divination master wanted Yen Chunwei to kill Ubeidu with his sword. Ubeidu wanted to revive with the blood demon's lifeblood. The blood demon wanted to revive with Ubeidu's lifeblood. The 3 sides each had their own demands and method. They clashed with each other. Even now, there was still no conclusion. Ubeidu suddenly became talkative and wanted to chat with Jiang Wang because he sensed the hidden danger in his body. On the surface, he was chatting, but in reality, he was preparing a countermeasure. The blood demon had been hiding all along, waiting for an opportunity. As soon as Jiang Wang left, the collision occurred immediately. At this moment, Ubedu was still sitting upright in front of the voice that came from the depths of his left eye. He was rather calm and only said, "I feel that it's not bad. Would you be willing to part with it?" The blood demon's voice said, "It's easy to part with it now, but difficult to part with it forever. Why don't you try?" Ubedu asked. "If you don't give it a try, how do you know that it's suitable for you to give it up?" Humph. The blood demon ignored his boring words and only asked, "That young man just now, there was the light of humanity on him?" "Not bad. You can see that too." Ubedu said sarcastically, "It seems that sleeping for so many years didn't spoil your brain." There was a bit of the light of humanity on Jiang Wang's body. It was the reward he received from the deceased sages when he won the championship at the Riverview platform. Or rather, it was a kind of recognition. With the light of humanity on him, if he was the ruler, the fate of the nation would flourish. If he was alone, he could climb to the peak. Ubedu still had one more move, and it was based on this bit of the light of humanity. Unfortunately, it couldn't be used in the end. Since the blood demon saw it, it was normal that it couldn't be used. The blood demon's voice asked, "You know who I am. Guess whether I know or not." Ubedu asked back, "Since you know who I am, how dare you be so rude to me?" The blood demon's voice seemed to be very angry. He roared, "Even Bulyan doesn't dare to talk to me like this. Who do you think you are?" "Hey! Hey!" Ubedu stopped him in dissatisfaction. "Why are you shouting? Don't get too immersed in the act, okay? Do you really think you're some big shot from ancient times?" He. The blood demon's voice laughed again. Even the light of humanity didn't illuminate him. "Do you still not understand the outcome?" Ubedu's face darkened. "You really did something in the river of destiny." The blood demon's voice replied, "It doesn't matter whether I did anything or not. The important thing is, can you face reality? Can you accept the outcome? Or is it that Bulyan's death has never taught you people a lesson?" Ubedu said coldly, "The lesson I learned from the long river of history is that I can't let you people live." Under the 8 trigrams in his left eye, a bloody light began to flicker. The blood demon's voice said, "As expected, the only lesson people learn from history is that they can't learn anything from history. This is a bad habit that exists in the depths of your origin. Only by erasing you people can there be great peace in this world. It seems that it's easy to dream after sleeping for a long time. Then continue." Ubedu stretched out his left index finger and stabbed it into his left eye. "Dream on." His entire left eye was pierced. The bloody light and 8 trigrams all disappeared, and only blood flowed out. In the gloomy cave, only the hole left behind by Yen Chunwei's sword attracted a ray of light. Right in front of this ray of light, an old man with white hair draped over his shoulders sat upright on the ground. His left index finger pierced into his left eye. His entire left eye was pierced, and his eyeball exploded. The bloody light and 8 trigrams all disappeared, and only blood mixed with the mucus of the eyeball flowed out. The blood demon's voice also became indistinct. "Good. We have plenty of time." Until there was no sound. Chapter 1336. Her graceful body was curled into a ball on the bed, as if she was suffering from some kind of pain in her sleep. The young man slowly walked forward and reached out with his right hand. Bang! Before he could react, his entire body had already crashed heavily onto the ground. It was as if his internal organs had fallen apart. The Tao essence in his body dissipated, and his neck was tightly gripped by 2 fingers. The man's face quickly turned red, and his eyes widened as he looked at the faceless woman on top of him. Yen, the unmasked devil man glanced at the bottles and jars scattered on the ground. Seeing that they were all kinds of medicine, he gently loosened his grip, but his eyes were still cold. "What do you want? You seem seriously injured," the young man said, his voice filled with nervousness. "I want to help." "Little trash." The unmasked devilman snorted, stood up, and walked back to the bed. With a teasing tone, he said, "What can you help me with?" Liang Nine, a former disciple of Yang's Azure Cloud Pavilion, lay quietly on the ground. He was still trembling from the near-death experience, unable to break free. Yan Zi turned around and sat on the bed, her graceful body still in a curve. As she pulled back her long hair, she wiped away the sweat on the back of her neck. Then, she retracted her hand and placed it on her knee. Her voice was gentle. "Idiot, why are you still lying there?" Liang Nine got up with a start. His stumbling footsteps knocked into the jars and jars, making clinking sounds. Then, he stopped in fear. "What are you doing?" Yan Zi rebuked. "Are you afraid of me?" No. I like it." Liang Nine hurried forward, trembling as he climbed onto Yan Zi's body. He reached out to unbutton his collar, but he couldn't. Instead, the back of his hand touched the faceless mask. Slap. Yan Zi gave him a backhand slap, sending him flying and rolling on the ground several times. "What a killjoy!" Her cold voice was filled with anger. "Other people are in their 20s, but you're like a dog in your 20s. You can't even be a dog, so clumsy." Liang Nine rolled a few times on the ground in a sorry state. When he stopped, he quickly turned around and knelt, lowering his head. He did not know why he had been slapped. He didn't know who Yanzi was talking about, nor did he know that she was wrong. Jiang Wang wasn't even 20 years old yet. He just lowered his head submissively and curled up his destroyed essence, energy, and spirit. He whispered, "I'm sorry." "Ai." Yanzi sighed and seemed to have softened a little. She got up and walked in front of Liang Nine and slowly squatted down. A fragrant wind blew past his nose and her jade hand touched his forehead. "Big sister really likes you and treats you well. But with you like this, how can you stay by my side? Sister is teaching you every day. Every day, I'm teaching you. You have to work harder, okay?" Liang Nine was scared, ashamed, and flustered. He whimpered like a puppy. "Yes." Yanzi reached out and pulled him into her arms. The two of them stuck close to each other and felt the warmth of each other's need. Being absent-minded was also love. On the battlefield of Xingyue Plain, the armies of Xiang and Su Empire were gathered. Xiang country's leading general was the pillar of Xiang country, Lian Jingji. Su country's leading general was Su country's Grand Marshal, Fang Yu. Both of them were famous generals of their time and were the best military strategists of their countries, but everyone knew that the outcome of the war did not depend on them. Of the two famous generals, the only thing that really made a difference was their reputation. They wanted the people to believe that the two armies were fighting for their country's interests. Qi Jing and a large number of young heavenly legends from their vassal states and vassal states that filled the battlefield were the real test of this battle. Lin Xian, as the number one Tianzhao of Rome, was naturally very famous in his own country. But in Xingyue Plain, he was not very eye-catching. Bao Buozhao, Chao Yu, Xie Huaian, Wang Yiwu, Cheng Gengxing, Li Longchuan, Yan Fu, Tian Chang, Wen Lianmu, Gao Zhe, just the young people from Qi who came to the battlefield were all talented and dazzling. There was no room for those small countries in the eastern region to show their faces at all. And because of Rong's intentions at the Battle of the Yellow River, it was foreseeable that they would be punished in Xingyue Plain. Therefore, Lin Xian kept a low profile after arriving at Xingyue Plain. He would not leave the camp without orders. But even so, some things could not be avoided. After the meeting, Fang Yu announced the end of the meeting. Lin Xian had already stood up and left for the camp in a low-key manner. Before he could take more than a few steps, he suddenly saw a shadow flash and a tall man blocked his path. The man had a wide nose and wide eyes. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked proud. His gaze landed on Lin Xian, and he seemed to be quite arrogant. "You are Lin Xian, right?" the man asked. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he nodded and greeted, "Greetings, young Master Gaozhe." Gaozhe was half a head taller than him. He looked down at Lin Xian with interest, like a cat playing with a mouse. "You know me?" Lin Xian was very humble in front of the heir of Jinghai's Gao family. A small country does not dare to disrespect a big country. "I have done my homework on the reputation of Tianjiao in Qi." "Huh!" Gaozhe looked around and laughed. "This person's attitude is different from the rumors." Yan Fu, who was not far away, said, "Brother Gao, why did you stop here? I have a Dao technique to discuss with you. Let's go to my camp and talk." "Tch, there's no hurry." Gaozhe waved his hand and refused to step on Yan Fu's ladder. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "I heard from the people of Rong that after Jiang Wang disappeared, you, Lin Xian, became the #1 inner mansion in the eastern region?" Gaozhe's attitude was very obvious. Wang Yiwu, Wen Lianmu, and the others who were passing by also stopped and looked over. Cheng Gongxing and Li Longchuan walked on the other side, but they did not speak. Li Longchuan had no relationship with Gaozhe, but Cheng Gongxing could see through Gaozhe's thoughts. He was too lazy to waste his energy. Now that Gaozhe had consolidated his position as the heir of his family, he had become more ambitious. He came to the battlefield of Xingyue Plain to make a name for himself. The best way was to show off on the battlefield. However, stepping on Lin Xian, who was once on the river viewing platform, was also one of the ways. Moreover, it was safe and secure. Bao Buozhao, Chao Yu, and the others walked away as if it had nothing to do with them. Bao Buozhao, especially, felt that these people were all from the younger generation and that Bao Zhongqing should be with them. Yong Genzuan did not even bother to come to Xingyue Plain. Bao Buozhao was also quite proud of himself and kept a distance from these younger guys. Other than that, the geniuses from the small countries like Su, Zhao, Yi, and Chong did not dare to come close. They only looked from afar. With so many young geniuses present, who would be willing to lose face and show weakness? Presumably, a fight was unavoidable. However, Lin Xian, who was blocked by Gaozhe, did not even lift his eyelids. He said calmly, "I never said that." Gaozhe was not surprised that Lin Xian would admit defeat. However, he was surprised that Lin Xian did it so quickly that he did not struggle at all. He took half a step forward and asked harshly, "Now, in front of so many people, let me ask you one question. From the bottom of your heart, how do you think you are compared to Jiang Wang?" Lin Xian raised his eyes and looked around. Under the gaze of the young Tianjiao from various countries in the eastern region, he said calmly, "I, Lin Xian, am willing to be Jiang Qingyang's lackey. Before reaching the Tao, I dare not compare to Jiang Wang." As soon as he said this, the noisy, and restless people all fell silent. The whole place was silent. Chapter 1337. Geniuses from all over the world, which one of them wasn't ambitious? Being inferior for a day didn't mean being inferior for 1,000 days. Even if they lost on the spot, they would still think about how they would repay it in the future. This was the ambition of a youth and the pride of a genius. If one didn't have the heart to be invincible, one wouldn't be invincible. It was rare for someone to bow down to someone of the same generation and say something like, "I'm willing to be your lackey." No one thought that Lin Xian could reach the Tao manifestation realm. Therefore, when he said, "Before reaching the Tao manifestation, I don't dare to compare with Jiang Wang," it was almost like he had limited his life. If one were to say that Lin Xian was a weakling, then he had fought with the Xia King on the Riverview platform. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken a step back. But if one were to say that he was a tough guy, why did he admire Jiang Wang so much? He put himself too low, and Jiang Wang too high. Many people who didn't go to the Riverview platform couldn't help but re-evaluate the Battle of the Yellow River that had just ended. Was the inner mansion, which was said to be one of the top 3 in history, more exciting than they had imagined? Was Jiang Wang, the head of the Yellow River, more powerful than they had imagined? Ha 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 ha, Gao Zhe laughed heartily. As Jiang Qingyang's good friend, I have to admit that you have a good eye. He was a person who knew his own limit. I think you didn't acquiesce to the rumors in Rome. He expressed his understanding in a condescending manner and as Jiang Wang's good friend. Lin Xian glanced at him and asked calmly, "Is there anything else, young Master Gao? I'm willing to be Jiang Qingyang's lackey." In the eyes of others, it might be exaggerated or even flattering. But to him, who had witnessed the legendary battle, Jiang Wang, who had become the #1 inner mansion in history, was not an exaggeration no matter how much he admired him. That was the figure he had been chasing for his entire life. In order to regain the confidence of the people of Rome, there were indeed many voices after Jiang Wang's disappearance. It was time to wake up. Self-deception was not advisable. The weaker one was, the more they should face the gap between them. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to make a public statement. He spoke from the bottom of his heart, so he was calm. He didn't feel like he was being servile. He didn't care about how others saw him. Born in a small country like the Rome Kingdom, how much discrimination and disdain had he suffered? As for Gao Zhe's approval, it could only be said that this person was happy. Gao Zhe felt that he had dealt a blow to the arrogance of the Rome nation's prodigy and represented the state of Qi. He smiled and asked, "Brother Lin, you have such good taste. How do you think I compare to Jiang Wang?" As soon as this question was asked, Yan Fu was the first to leave. Among the group of people who were on good terms with Jiang Wang, he was the only one who was on good terms with Gao Zhe. However, this friendship was not necessarily deep. Yan Fu was gentle and treated people generously. He maintained a good relationship with many people in the circle of young masters in Linzi. Among these relationships there were naturally some who were close and some who were distant. It was Jiang Wang who helped him solve Jiang Wuyo's problem. It was Jiang Wang who accompanied him to the Fufeng Ryu clan. Their relationship was not something that a fair-weather friend like Gao Zhe could compare to. He was not stingy to anyone, but he had a balance in his heart. In his opinion, Gao Zhe was too arrogant. In the past, when he was the second in the family, he could still remain humble. Now that he had secured his position as the heir of the family, he was a bit arrogant. Not only did he use Qi's power and Jiang Wang's name to suppress Lin Xian, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to raise his own status. This was not something that a friend should do. It was also not something that a person who was sober enough would say. He could only say that he should not be on good terms with Lin Xian. Therefore, he left to show his attitude. Hearing this, Li Longchuan raised his eyebrows. Chung Gongxing smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. Lin Xian, who was standing opposite Gao Zhe and facing this problem, only smiled. He didn't say anything and just turned to leave. Gao Zhe's face suddenly turned ugly. "Lin, what do you mean?" Lin Xian didn't stop walking. He just left his words behind. "I don't know why Jiang Qingyang has a friend like you. I also don't know what you have to compare with him." "Then what do you think?" Gao Zhe looked at his back and threatened, "How do you compare with me?" Lin Xian suddenly turned around. His eyes were like cold lightning. "The war in Xingyue Plain has just begun. It's not good to fight on the same side. After this battle, you can come find me. If I let you pass the second round, it'll be my loss." Coming from a small country, facing Tianjiao, an aristocratic family from an overlord country, his arrogance was also the same. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was not a coward. It wasn't that he was not arrogant. He just didn't want to be arrogant in front of Jiang Wang. When Lianmu stood at the side of the field, Lin Xian had the Wu Bind, a top-level technique, and had a persevering personality. His knife skills were outstanding. As the military secretary of the Tianjiao army, He had carefully studied this person. After all, the eastern region would not be able to avoid Tianjiao in the next few decades. Although Jiang Wang won first place at the river viewing platform, he was undoubtedly the world's #1 expert. It wasn't that there was no hope of surpassing him. Lin Xian shouldn't look up to him so much. Then, what else happened after that? When Jiang Wang went missing, did he hide in Rome? After the Battle of the Yellow River, how much did Jiang Wang improve? Was that why Lin Xian was so arrogant to defeat Gao Zhi with one strike, but he didn't have the heart to compete with him? He couldn't help but look at Wang Yiwu. He stood straight like a javelin, his expression unchanged. He didn't seem to think that Lin Xian's words were too much. Yes, the only opponent that someone as arrogant as Wang Yiwu acknowledged as being at the same level was Jiang Wang. If he compared himself to Jiang Wang, no matter what kind of praise he gave him, he would probably acknowledge it in his eyes. Not only was Gao Zhi weak, Lin Xian wasn't even worth a punch. Even the reason why he stopped to watch this dispute was only because he heard the two words, Jiang Wang. How could Lin Xian and Gao Zhi be worth a glance? When Lianmu envied this kind of invincibility, but it also worried him. The Wang Yiwu of today didn't lose to Jiang Qingyang of the same level back then. However, Jiang Mingxiong was invincible in the same level back then, but today there was Jiang Qingyang. What would Wang Yiwu do if he realized one day that he could never catch up to Jiang Wang? Would he be able to face the gap like Lin Xian? Or would he never recover from this setback? When Lianmu quickly eliminated this dangerous thought in his heart. No matter what Jiang Wang did, it was impossible for him to pull Wang Yiwu so far away. Maybe it was because Lin Xian was inexperienced. Thinking of this, when Lianmu couldn't help but look at Lin Xian again. His aura was like a deep abyss, standing tall in the field. No matter how he looked at him, he didn't look like someone who hadn't seen the world. Lin Xian, who claimed to be Jiang Qingyang's lackey, spoke arrogantly in front of Gao Zhi, claiming that he didn't need a second strike. He didn't give the Gao family of Jinghai any face at all. Gao Zhi was put on the stage, unable to go up or down. He came to pick a fight to suppress Gao Zhi. In terms of cultivation, what did he have to go up to the Riverview platform? Could he really fight Lin Xian? Could he really withstand Lin Xian's second strike? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xian strode away. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something, but he felt that it was too late to say anything now. He turned back to look at Yan Fu, but Yan Fu was long gone. He then looked at Cheng Gongxing and Li Longchuan, but all he saw were the backs of the two leaving. He was the heir of the Gao family of Jinghai, the young master of a new noble family in Qi. How could he trample on someone from a small country and lose so much face? After all, the Gao family's strongest connections were in the palace. They had only started operating in recent years and didn't have much foundation in the military. Right now, in the military camp, whether it was Li Longchuan or Cheng Gongxing, it wouldn't be difficult for them to suppress Rong and force Lin Xian to bow down. But now, they clearly didn't want to interfere in this matter. They had resentment? Where did their resentment come from? No matter what, Gao Zhi and Jiang Wang were brothers. They had drunk together many times. What was the big deal about using the tiger's skin and borrowing some reputation? Why did it have to be like this? Yan Fu, Li Longchuan, Cheng Gongxing, these people. They relied on their family background and never really respected him. They always revolved around Jiang Wang and often ignored his feelings. One moment they asked Jiang Wang if he wanted this, the next moment they asked Jiang Wang if he was okay with that. No one ever asked him how he was. When they went to brothels and ate banquets, he was always a peripheral figure, always a lackey behind a young master. It was like this in the past, and it was still like this now that he was the heir of the Gao family. He looked around and felt that everyone was laughing at him. However, the heavens' favorites from the small countries were still far away. As for those who were close, could he vent his anger on Wang Yiwu or Wenlianmu? Ha, interesting. In the end, he could only sneer like this and leave alone. But before that, the audience had already left. No one wanted to see his performance. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.